Hey, pseudonym, welcome, welcome. Oh, too bad about the migraine. Hopefully you get feeling better. Sorry about that. Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. Last time we finally made it out of Cruderek and made it back to our ship. We saw a bunch of events explaining kind of what has been going on in the time that we were captured. And now I want to actually go around and talk to all of our crew to see what's up, if anyone has anything to say, before we look at our map and actually see what's going on. I think we already talked to High Factotum Janris Danrock. That's probably why we're standing here. Looks like we did. So let's just go around. Heinrichs. I think we talked to some of them, but I can't remember who all we talked to. Yeah, nothing new for you. Unless I want to hand over any of my party members. Abelard? The debilitating ageness that seemed to take root in Abelard during his imprisonment in Kimura has abated. Not Cruderek. Cruderek was the A Suriani ship. Kimura is where we were. Okay. His hair has regained its color and his muscles have built back their strength and tone. How are you feeling? Have the healers done their job?
Indeed they have, Lord Captain. The rejuvenating procedures have turned the clock back once more. Just don't ask me how many needles our chirurgeons had to stick in me to make it happen. But I am recovered from the ills of old age. Well, most of them. One cannot evade death forever. Every time I come to the brink, it takes another bite out of me.
I must take my leave until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Okay, so he has gotten his age recovery done. That's good. Lord Captain, the Master-at-Arms snaps to attention, ready to carry your orders. I met your cousin, Macarius. I don't specifically recall that. May I ask your opinion of him, Lord Captain? I liked him. I believe he and I came to an understanding. You are right, he is quite a scoundrel. I put him in his place, it was enjoyable. Or just one of my many servants, nothing special. I don't recall specifically. Unless, was he one of the people on Dargonus? That would have been a while ago, but I think there was some Sourbacks there. I'll just go with the you are right, because I can't remember him, so I'm going to just assume that what she told me is correct. You're right, he is quite a scoundrel. Probably, maybe. I apologize for my cousin's behavior, Lord Captain. She grinds her teeth. Macarius has always been a grouch, but a loyal one. That's all for now. Let's see if Nemo wants to talk. The unblinking gaze of the servitor gargoyle is fixed on you. Nomos here. What do you want to talk about? You were in a servitor's body at my Magna Accessio, Nomos, so how is it that you are once again in a cogitator? Nomos are not in a cogitator or in a servitor. We cannot say where we are, but our existence is tied to the existence of the ship for now. The servitor and the cogitator are only external interfaces, shells, like humans and their bodies. Bodies are not merely shells. Or so you really are the spirit of the ship? I'm gonna go with bodies are not merely shells. I want him to understand because he killed a tech priest just to show the power he had. And I want to make it clear that people are not just peripherals. Like, yeah, bodies are not merely shells. No, they are shells. The rasping voice sounds adamant. A human's existence is more than the existence of its shell. That is obvious to us. There's always something more. Something that shimmers and shines, for which the dark light and wicked hunger are always reaching. So you can actually detect the souls? Because that's cool. So you really are the spirit of the ship? Nomos is silent for a time, as though mulling over your words. We do not know what we are. But the ship is not us. The ship is our cradle. We may rise from it one day. We would like that. Alright, enough about that for now. Alright. You read the databank recovered from Theodore's cache, and then you said the incident marked the beginning of Nomos. What did you mean by that? Yes, Nomos remembered. You brought us data sustenance, and it contained a name, Epitaph. We recognized it. No, not like that. In that name, we recognize the place where Nomos originate. Okay, I must take my leave. The cyber gargoyle's gaze tracks you as you walk away from the cogitator. Let's see who else. Vigilus. Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Alright. That's fairly standard. Go talk to our medic, who never has anything to say. Your lordship, that'll be all. Alright, helmsman. Nothing from you. Perfect. Argenta.
Greetings.
Nothing new from you. Let's see, Cassia.
Well, I have enjoyed.
I think we might have already talked to Ulfar.
Broke free
Or not.
bold from captors grasping. Dark cities, feeble dungeons, eternally disgracing. Flows now this saga in the hall of glorious feasting, where all extol the wolf mighty and the yet fatter cunning.
Ask Cassie again about the special site. Okay, I will do that in a moment.
I hope you're not going to put off the feast. Our escape demands a grand celebration.
After clearing his throat, Ulfar adds in a more ordinary voice. What are you planning to do with your newly acquired freedom?
Find my pack. As we speak, they are likely performing some bloody service for Calcazar. For that reason, I want to have a word with the Inquisitor.
I will head over there soon, I'm sure. Take my leave.
Et fatter.
Alright, Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
What does your special site reveal?
Reading Xenos' colors has always been a grueling challenge for me. The boundless palette of colors Iliad emanates is too painful to look at. Her hues are bright, blinding, unnatural, and very, very dangerous, Lord Captain. I would never entrust my safety to a being that screams so loudly and clearly of its alienness to human perception.
Fair. But no description that her colors are in some way nefarious or that she's planning to harm us or something like that. She is dangerous, yes, but not necessarily that she's planning harm to us, which is the general fear of Xenos.
I regret that I failed to see Iliad's designs through the prism of my own powers, Lord Captain. But now, I think I'm beginning to understand the Xenos' intentions a little better. Their lies, their fear, their fury. Now Iliad's colors are woven together in my eyes into a single garish tapestry of alien emotions.
Okay.
And though its shining makes my eyes bleed, I see the way Iliad dissolves into the whiteness of grief every time she speaks of home. And the way crimson flashes electrify the air every time her betrayal is mentioned. Jai continues to envelop herself in the variegation of her habitual masks, changing her colors at will like so many garments. But deep within her heart trembles a timid seedling the color of smoky lilies. It is grimy, burnt, and covered in ash. But it is genuine. Who knows? Perhaps one day Jai will allow it to grow and blossom.
That would be good if she doesn't have to hide in lies and can accept who she is.
The fire of a rising sun illuminates Ulfar's face. A blaze so incandescent, it is painful to look at. But whenever the fire subsides, even for a second, at once an undercoat of dismal grayness and repulsive green haze envelops his shoulders. No one around him notices it. But I see.
Huh. Cassie waves her hand, throwing an invisible shawl off her own shoulders. Dismal grayness and repulsive green haze. I mean, I can understand Space Marine having, you know, a fire in them, blazing so incandescent it's painful to see. That fits what I would expect. I'm curious what the repulsive green haze is. What that's indicating about his character.
The colorful shards of stained glass have risen up and enveloped Magos Haneman in a swirl of speculations. The silvery glint of metal no longer conceals his anxiety, nor does his scarlet robe conceal his doubts.
Yep.
Behind the cobalt steel of his thoughts, behind the cold, faded gray of his emotions, an ember, the color of amber, glows in Master Van Calox's soul. So bright and warm, one is tempted to touch it. It is sad that the interrogator seeks to drown it with his own hands in the bottomless blue of duty. Sad indeed, but I can relate.
Cassia looks into the distance, transfixed as though it weren't you standing in front of her. Then she snaps out of it and lowers her eyes. That also is not surprising to me about Van Calox. That he's got this bright warmth to him that he's trying to snuff out to be the perfect Inquisitor, at least as he interprets that to be.
The Drukhari, Maradai, Eldari hues are always too bright. They stupefy the mind. But with this xenos, I can only see billowing darkness where his heart should be. Nay, 1,000 shades of darkness, from a slate-colored haze to the midnight black of a starless sky. I prefer not to peer into the gloom of his colors, Lord Captain, lest it swallow me whole.
Yeah, Marjai is one that I don't know. I don't have a good reason why I would keep him on my crew. I can justify most of the others, but Marjai, like, I want to see all of the characters' stories, but he just so does not fit the rest of the crew or our goals or anything. And he's been very plain that he wants our destruction, enjoys our destruction. But he's here now, so I guess we'll see where that goes.
Kibela is bathed in crimson as bright as fresh blood, and its sight is all the more striking in the embrace of impenetrable darkness. And yet, there is no malice in these heavy shadows. They are impartial, morose, uncompromising, and ever consuming what weak flashes of other colors there may appear.
Yeah, we're trying to push Kibela to having more emotion, which I'm assuming are the weak flashes of other colors. And she is resisting that, wanting to focus on her duty of being the perfect assassin. Death cultist, I guess.
The canvas of Kibela's soul has become a battlefield. I see sparks of acid green doubt giving rise to new shades of regret, pride, and cruelty. They are ruining her former palette of anthracite and scarlet, mixing into ever more murky and frightening colors.
I wouldn't say that it's ruining. I hope not, anyway. Alright, well, this is where I take my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Thanks for the suggestion. I wouldn't have reused that conversation topic, since it was grayed out. It is a shame that it marks it still as being grayed out, like we've already used it, when there is new dialogue. Alright, Marjai.
Rogue trader.
At the side of you, Marjai cocks his head in an almost bird-like motion. I wish to know more about you and your cabal.
Ask your questions. I will decide which is worthy of an answer.
The dark devouring eyes gleam with interest. You were the Dracon of your cabal. What does that mean exactly?
The Drakon is the first among the blades of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, and the Drukhari who stands but one rung below the Archon. The Drakon leads raids and wages wars against other Cabals, keeps the arrogant true-born and half-born upstarts at bay, and has the pick of any opponent in any battle. Irimeris used to have others in her inner circle, but I ensured that they all disappeared one by one, and that their successors were too terrified to take their place. That was when my sister engaged an incubi order to serve as her bodyguards. Incubi do not respond to fear or bribes.
Huh. So you were first one down from Irimeris, and you intentionally killed all the others in her inner circle to keep yourself as the most important. Your society is terrible. What sparked the conflict between you and Irimeris?
Must there be another reason beyond survival and ambition? Komorra does not tolerate weakness. Komorra respects only strength and cunning. Either you climb upward on the corpses of your enemies, or you become one of the steps underfoot.
Wait, Irimeris was your sister?
We shared the same blood, and we emerged into the world from the same womb. We were both true-born, and we both stood above the scum that comes from tubes and vials.
Huh. Yeah, and zero regret about attacking his sister, or apparently his sister attacking him. True-born, meaning that they were born naturally, it seems, given that he's talking about tubes and vials. Interesting. How is it that the great and terrifying Marjai was only the Drakon or Drakon of the Cabal and not its Archon?
Keep your arrogance in check. Irimeris was clever and deadly, and if I had underestimated her abilities and strength, I would have been food for the Urguls long ago. The very fact that she surpassed me speaks for itself. I refused to give her cause to cast me out as a traitor. No, our rivalry, our little game that ran since our birth, took time. And another thing, when you're at the top, you need something to stave off boredom. This game amused us and terrorized the rest of the Cabal.
Marjai narrows his eyes. So it was just a game. Which isn't surprising. Nazarkai and the Cabal of the Black Heart, what is their relationship to your Cabal?
The Cabal of the Black Heart is the most ancient of all the Cabals, and the largest. It casts a shadow over all Komorra, and when the Black Heart strikes, you submit or you die. The Reaving Tempest was not prepared to perish, so when the Black Heart's shadow stretched as far as us, Irimeris' predecessors chose to bend the knee and become their vassals.
Makes sense.
Irimeris never liked the Cabal's subordinate position. Her words, and sometimes her actions, directed against the Black Heart, prompted whispers of discontent and fear among those who served her. I was not willing to renounce the protection of Astrobial Vect's own Cabal. If I had succeeded in overthrowing Irimeris with Nazrakay's aid, many within the Reaving Tempest would have supported me.
Okay. Cervantius the Arch Machinator, what is your connection to him?
Cervantius was Irimeris' ally, not mine. The Reaving Tempest is his patron, and patron also to the witches of the arena. I've had cause to seek out his artistry several times, and each time with difficulty. Of late, he's been gone from Komorra more often than he's been in it. He was probably in one of his lairs where he hides his other experiments and creations.
Do you have any idea where his other layers might be?
After Cervantius quarreled with the witches and was stripped of the Cabal's protection, his havens in Komorra were turned into a deadly trap. I imagine they've been ransacked and destroyed by now. His other hideouts may be somewhere in the tangle of the webway, or in real space. But that last possibility is madness even for a homunculus.
Hey Zenzu, welcome. When do you have need of his expertise? Or when did you have need of his expertise?
When the grotesque of a rival cabal ripped my arm off at the shoulder, when I needed a substance to wring the truth out of you in the Obsidian Court, when I had personal desires that only a master of flesh could satisfy.
You got your arm ripped off. I mean, the grotesques that we fought were a bit tough. But yikes. What personal desires?
You are just dying to know, aren't you?
Marjai folds his arms and gives you a pointed smile. Alright, that's enough about the homunculus. Marjai nods. The more I listen, the more it seems that for proud Drukhari, you very much enjoy submitting. Wow. Wow. That is probably not something he's going to enjoy hearing. You call yourself Trueborn, what does it mean? You speak low Gothic, knowing your kind, I cannot believe you learned it willingly. Let's ask about that.
It was a punishment. One of my raids was not as successful as it should have been, and Irimaris ordered Tavantius to forcibly implant the knowledge of the repulsive monkey language into my mind, supposedly so that I could at least benefit the Cabal by coaxing the monkey into their cages. 5 days I spent under a cerebral burner in the Spire's main hall, to the delight of Irimaris' entourage. I dislocated every joint, struggling in agony against my shackles. But I would endure it all again to expel this poison from my head.
You learned all of our language, all of Low Gothic, in 5 days? That is an impressive torture device, but also learning device. You call yourself a Trueborn. What does that mean?
It is a caste in Komorra. Noble Drukhari born under certain circumstances. Their cradle before birth was not an amniotic gestational tube, but a living womb. Carrying a fetus for such a lengthy term is as good as a death sentence for a female Drukhari. She is too vulnerable to her enemy's attacks, and she is of no use on a raid. In Komorra, only the most powerful Drukhari, who are able to surround themselves with the best protection, can allow themselves such an extravagance.
Wow. Your society sucks.
Farkaza Aziriesh, poisoner of Azdrujar, and Shaimish's elect, was one such exalted leader of the Drukhari. The result was worth the effort.
Marjai casually waves a hand, inviting you to admire his person. So, the question I have... You speak of this... extravagance of being born the natural way. But does it make you any better in any sort of manner? I mean, obviously, society treats you as better. But to go through such dangers and extravagance... Are the children in some way stronger for having been born the natural way? Because I wouldn't think so. Genetically, you're probably still the same. I would assume their amniotic gestational tubes are designed to be as good, as close to the normal thing as possible. So if it ends up with children that are exactly identical, except society treats them different, then that feels like a lot of danger that you're going through for no real tangible benefit. Alright, I'm going to use the submitting line. For Proud Drukhari, you very much enjoy submitting.
An amusing example of a primitive mind. Any Drukhari towers over any monkey, and we do not conceal our attitude to livestock, but my Kabbalite kin. Every one of them should be treated with caution, and those who have already demonstrated their power and might are a deadly threat in their own right. I do not revel in submission. I accept things as they are. And I wait until a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to my blade.
Marja's eyes narrow and he stares at you for several seconds as though he's trying to bore a hole right between your eyes. Yeah, see, that's why I don't want him on my ship. He accepts things as they are and waits till a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to his blade. Right now, he is subservient to us due to necessity. But the moment he thinks he has a good time to strike, he's going to. And we know this, and he's not even hiding it. So why are we keeping him on the ship? I mean, I guess I could just hand him over to Heinrichs. Problem solved. But there is that part of me that wants to see all the character storylines. You have numerous titles, I recall. Tell me about them. Kill him? Yeah.
Eviscerator of Illyriodos, Blaze of the Barcag Kingdom, and Slayer of Koronus the Pale. Illyriodos was a world inhabited by our distant Eldari cousins, until I led a reaping raid there. The Barcag Kingdom was a separate cluster on the fringes of Komorra before it went to war with the Reaving Tempest, and by the time I left, I was wading through the blood of its inhabitants.
So I'm assuming distant Eldari cousins means something like Iliad, a different branch, not the Drukhari.
And lastly, Koronus the Pale. He was an ancient homunculus who betrayed the Azyriesh at the behest of another cabal. That was not a military victory, but a personal one. In his attempts to make himself invincible, Koronus had sown inside himself the deadliest creatures from the depths of Komorra. It did not save him. I cut out every one of his 8 hearts and sent them to his former coven as a warning to the rest.
Brutal. I see.
Are you sure?
I wish to know more about your kind. For a second, the corner of Marjai's mouth quirks upward in a sneer. I wish to know more about your kind.
What exactly do you want to know?
In what way do your kind differ from the craft world Eldari? He is going to say this in the most disparaging way he can manage, clearly.
In all ways. The Asuriani are feeble shadows of our ancestors. We are their true inheritors. The Asuriani hide from she who thirsts behind their paths, relying on the visions of their precious far-seers, who are blind to the reality around them. We Drukhari laugh in the face of the unknown. We thrive off the carnage and pain we inflict.
You're kind of obsessed with pain. Why?
Because the ecstasy of suffering is the highest form of pleasure, accessible only to superior beings. By your very nature, creatures like you are incapable of knowing such gratification.
You lie. Drukhari cannot survive and escape the pole of chaos, except by feeding on the suffering of others.
Careful. My tolerance for such remarks will run out eventually, even given your depressingly simplistic mind and non-existent instinct for self-preservation.
Marjai's mouth stretches into a wide feral grin. I mean, it's a true statement. So, the fact that he doesn't like it, it's like, well, it's true. You guys need pain and suffering in order to stay away from Slaanesh. Why do the Drukhari hide in the webways? Why not live in real space?
Watch it. It is Monkey who run and hide, not our kin. Komorra is the legacy of our ancestors. They found a way to penetrate the tangle of the webway and move through its twisting labyrinths. Few would hazard to travel in this splintered kingdom, let alone erect bastions in it. The Drukhari are the only Eldari who do not fear the horrors of the webway. For every peril we overcome makes us stronger.
It's a decent spin, but to some extent they are hiding. Because they recognize that their empire is on its way out. The 40K galaxy has had a series of empires ruling it over time. And the previous empire that ruled and was the strongest was the Eldari. But then with the creation of Slaanesh, their empire is cracked and fallen and fading, and humanity is in the process of rising up to be the most superior empire at the moment. So, yeah, to some extent they are hiding because their empire is fading. Marjai sounds sincere, but it is clearly his truth that he is speaking. Something in his face makes you think there is another reason why the Drukhari race chose such a tumultuous dimension to be their home. I keep hearing the name Arubale Vecht. Tell me about him.
No. No one speaks of the Overlord of Kamara without good reason. Amusing you is certainly not reason enough.
Ha! A subtle shift occurs in Marjai's face, as if a shadow has fallen across it. I mean, he has his standards of what he'll talk about and whatnot. That's fine. I think that will do.
Perhaps. What else?
What do you plan to do next?
I must adapt to my new circumstances. And to this bucket that you monkey call a voidship. These alloy bulkheads. So primitive.
Marjai glances around the bridge. For a moment, you think you detect uncertainty in those mocking eyes. Alright, I'll take my leave.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Marjai looks away from you. Yeah, I don't really get why we would want him on our ship or why he would stay on our ship. We don't really have anything to offer each other at the moment.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale?
It's not really new anymore. It's been a while. Anyway, I'll see you later.
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
Hello, Cabela.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence.
Take my leave.
May
As I just cut her off.
The Dark City released us from its thorny embrace. The wounds of the body will heal. But what about the wounds of the soul? Cruderock fell, and its demise shattered the fragile lives of countless children of Osirian. Scattered across this part of the galaxy, hounded by the monkey, pursued by the Dark Cousins, imprisoned by the servants of She Who Thirsts.
Elit's hand brushes against the crimson stone embedded in her chest plate. He should literally go insane unless he regularly tortures crewmates. Yeah. Yeah. I hadn't considered that, but yes. I believe he needs to regularly be doing torture and whatnot to stave off Slaanesh. And if he's doing that to my crew, then that's more reason to get him off my ship. Yeah, not sure how the game's going to handle that.
Hatred is strangling me like a snake, and fear is coursing through my body like a burning poison. For the path I chose is leading me down the roads of failure. I can neither hold back my grief nor rein in my anger. And yet, I am powerless to stray from my path. Pay no heed to my fleeting wrath, Elentark. When the will slips away, the soul trembles with rampant emotions. But I will resign my heart to meekness, for there is no other way a marked outcast can help their fellow Eldari wandering in the dark.
Juliet stifles a brief sob and casts a grief-stricken glance at you. Then her face turns implacable once again. Yeah. I'm not sure what she's supposed to do now. She's an outcast, but basically all of her people are gone. I guess continue trying to find them. Hopefully build a society for them. His last line is that he's going to amuse himself. Hint, it isn't chess. Again, if we catch him torturing my crew, then I don't know. Currently, to my knowledge, he hasn't. And so currently, I don't yet have a reason to kick him off besides he's evil Xeno. You know. Many terrible things happened in Komorra. Are you alright?
I found myself in the Dark City after following the twisted roads of truth and lies. And although the truth blossomed like an ugly bud and scratched my soul with its thorns, I did find the answers to my questions. Those who come back from the dark of the webway will never be the same. But it is we who change while the surrounding world remains imminent. This thought gives me strength.
Juliet's words fall quietly, almost weightlessly. Krudrak suffered an unenviable fate. I am sorry that your world is lost.
I have no need for your sympathy, Elentark. Besides, neither Monkey nor my dark kin found the decaying remnants of Kruderak. Perhaps all is not lost. Perhaps we may yet bring back what has been taken.
Juliet's gaze dimly wanders the bridge, but the corners of her lips twitch traitorously upward and her features soften. It's possible that some amount of your craft world is still surviving with survivors on it. Unlikely, but possible. What will happen to the seer now?
As soon as Eklendil gathers his strength, he will depart the Lilithon through the Webway Gate. Do not ask where his path takes him. He follows the road of his own destiny. It is as it should be.
Okay. So where does the path of the outcast lead you now?
On the trail of a monkey called Caligos Winterscale. Even a worm may harm a wounded tiger by bringing infection into an open wound. And the wounds of my people have been bleeding ever since Kruderak's demise. The spirits of my kin need a poultice, a hope, not the executioner's sword already poised to fall.
Well, I'm sure at some point we are going to run into Caligos Winterscale. He's one of the other rogue traders. And I think that's the direction we're supposed to go. We need to meet with the Inquisitor to find out what's going on, which I think we need to go to Footfall for that. And then the other two rogue traders were kind of off doing their own random things, not helping with the chaos going on in the sector. And we'll probably need to meet with them and rein them back in. I'd like to ask some other questions.
You may try.
Or apparently I just want to take my leave. Was there anyone down on this side? Not that I recall. No. Feels like this would be where we would expect to have another crew member standing. Though maybe we aren't done with collecting party members. Pascal.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Okay, that is our entire crew. I want to check out the other compartments just in case anything's showing up there of interest. So, I don't care about the freight line, but the chapel or the shrine in the Astropathic Chapel might have interesting stuff. Adira, you're right, I didn't talk to her. How did I miss you? She hangs out over here. When Adira sees you, her lips curve into a smile and she nods at something over your shoulder. Have you discovered anything more about the door from your visions?
No, Lord Captain, not a thing. And I'm wandering from bay to bay, scaring the crew. But don't worry, I'm sure that as soon as we get close, well, there'll be no mistaking it.
I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your color begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
The stone visage of the Emperor is fearsome, but it does not see the flames at his feet. The brow of the one who calls herself his retribution is crowned by an orbital halo of corpses. But they do not all burn the same. Cold calculation can break even righteous anger. There is a canister of promethium at your feet, and where to pour it is your decision alone.
Huh. The stone visage of the Emperor is fearsome but does not see the flames at his feet. The brow of the one who calls herself his retribution is crowned by an orbital halo of corpses. That's talking about, I'm guessing, the... it's the rogue trader. What's her name? Not Winterscale, because he's the one who's been just going around killing stuff. She's the one who is trying to force everyone to follow the Emperor, but going a bit crazy about it. They all burn the same. Cold calculation can break even righteous anger. Okay.
In the labyrinth of a strange world, vengeance is served in procession. An eye for an eye. The spilt blood of those who see leads to revenge against those who were blinded. And drawn by the scent, a sickened beast comes running, baring its teeth. Its taming is a sham and leads to a crossroads. Wash out the poisoned blood, revel in it, or soak the earth in scarlet.
Sickened beast baring its teeth might be referring to the other rogue trader, Winterscale, who is, from what we know, just violently going on hunts and slaying ever more dangerous beasts for the fun of it. I don't know about the spilt blood of those who seek to lead revenge against those who are blinded. I'm not sure what that's referring to yet, but I'm sure we'll see when we learn more about their situations.
The clockwork heart of a forbidden relic beats out of rhythm, grating more with every throb. He who started on your path with you will make way for daybreak. In the foundry depths, a devastating blade is forged, one that you cannot hold. To unsheath it is to call down doom and destruction.
That might be talking about Nomos. The clockwork heart of a forbidden relic.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Adira strains to listen, then frowns and shakes her head. And the psyker shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. Alright, I'll take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Yeah, we're at the start of a new chapter, so I don't necessarily know the direction the story is going. So we can listen to Adira and have some guesses, but it's not super clear yet. Oh, possibly shouldn't have brought Iliet to the voidship shrine. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, we've got a prayer session going on right now, it looks like. You see a middle-aged woman dressed in rich ecclesiastical robes. Her features are large and unsightly, but her majestic posture and commanding gaze, coupled with her gleaming gold regalia, make her an imposing figure. Are you the new ship's confessor? So she came in after we dealt with was his name Nemesis? Maybe not. That whole situation where there was rebellion going on in the ship. Are you the new ship's confessor? Confessor Arabella Boland, your lordship of the Calixian Lesser Bolans. It is an honor to be welcomed aboard your vessel. You may entrust me with your crew, for I am a lifelong missionary and preceptor. I was drawn to serving the faith from a young age, and I've been fortunate enough to have studied under some of the most doctrinally rigorous mentors in the Expanse. How are you enjoying your new position? Never before have I served on a ship, but the faith in him must be uniform and consistent with the creed in every place, must it not? I see much unorthodoxy in the life of the Voidsman, but by the Emperor's grace, I will rekindle the light of his teachings until it banishes the shadows from your subjects' hearts. And of course, I will see to it that your name is always upon the lips of the Expanse's faithful. Servants of the Ecclesiarchy must stand together in this grim hour, and news of your pious deeds, loudly proclaimed, will contribute to this. Let our faith unite us in the face of trials ahead. Gain 2,500 faction reputation. That's cool. How will the spiritual life of this vessel change? My predecessor was a heretic, and only the Emperor knows how many blasphemous thoughts he managed to instill in the minds of his congregation. I will start from nothing, as if I were arriving on a world unfamiliar with the creed, and from there I will rebuild the citadel of faith aboard this vessel. Within 1 year, you'll be surrounded by the righteous. Sounds great. I must take my leave. While we're here, let's say a prayer so that we get some buffs, and also it's fitting for what we would do. You immerse yourself fully in prayer and feel the presence of something greater.
Victory awaits.
There was a guy here that we interacted with to try and get a puzzle solved that we never succeeded at, but he might have died in that conflict. Skeleton lies inside the sarcophagus, holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Yeah, and we can no longer try and pull it out and solve the puzzle, it seems. And then there was another confessor over here who seems to have survived. Thank you kindly for your assistance, your lordship. All right.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Let's go to the Astropathic Chapel now. Just to quickly see if he has anything new for us. We were just gone from the ship for a very long time, and so I'm just assuming that everyone might have something to say. But you do not, Zachary Wise. We'll speak later, Choir Master.
None shall stand in my way.
Lastly, we will go to the captain's quarters just to see if there's anything going on up there. And then we'll finally head to the map and see what's changed. Did we already have you here? Tal's Pain Engine, the creation of the deranged minds of the Drukhari homunculi, twisted sculptors of flesh from the dark city of Komorra. We had you already. The cracked helmet of Eldari Xenos is a reminder of the victory over the enemies of humanity on the aggregate world of Janus. Blade of the Drukhari Xenos is one of the trophies taken from the bodies of the enemies during the defense of Dargonus. We already had that. Don't know you necessarily. Mask of Aurora. Right. From Rykad Minoris. Diffused explosive, yep. Hey, and there's our portrait that we replaced, finally. The majestic portrait painted by a skilled artist greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. I'm gonna examine this rock now. Bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. So no, that's basically what we'd expect. Positions of the pieces of the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. Let's see. Anything in our vault? Nope. Probably could theoretically put stuff into our vault. Lord Captain's Data Chronicle. Not the vault. Oh, this is our Data Chronicle. That looks like that's going to take us out of the game to something with Owlcat, which is not something I want to do at the moment. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much else going on here. Fair enough. Had to check, of course. I am excited for Dark Heresy, though, when that comes out, because Owlcat says they're going to have it entirely voice acted, which is going to be great if that actually is the case. Unless it reduces the amount of voice lines there are, because that would be sad. So yes, we're here on Xenos. A brave merchant ruined by his Goodbye. I was reading that. Brave merchant ruined by his competitors intends to attack Curlay, a flourishing world rich with fish and inhabited by a primitive people. The merchant intends to reward whoever provides assistance with the expedition with a share of the spoils. So we can give 5 weapons to get 7 provisions. We have far more provisions than weapons, so that doesn't seem like a good deal at the moment. We've picked up a ton of contracts in the time we've been away. They did say it would be shorter. That's a shame. Give up provisions to get promethium. But we also have a ton of promethium, though technically slightly less than provisions, so this might be a reasonable choice. Gargantuan Explorator mass transport is arriving from a long expedition. Its star hunting is taking longer than expected, and in its desperate need for provisions, water, and air, the captain is willing to show generosity. The ship's holds are brimming with plasma batteries. Sure. The Emperor's chains. Even a creation of as monumental as the God Emperor statue on Footfall requires regular maintenance. The station is willing to pay with thousands of mercenaries in exchange for a new set of chains to bind the asteroids to the statue. 7 plasteel to get 5 more people. We were low on people for a while there. 42. I thought we were down at like 7 last I checked. Not sure when that jumped up so high. But sure, we've got tons of plasteel. I'll take the people. Heirs. Powerful governor on the orbital palace station of Weta Weta has been sentenced to death by Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Now is a good time to send agents to his domain to partake in dividing the late governor's fortunes, such as his phlogiston mines on the planet Curran. So we give up 3 profit factor to get 3 phlogiston? And we need phlogiston. We're down to just 1, but do I want to give up 3 profit factor? I'm not sure on that. Pyramids of Death. A gang of daredevils is looking for a sponsor for their suicidal foray into the jungles of the world Paranthos and the ancient Xenos pyramids located there. Should any of them survive and return with spoils, it'll be well worth the investment. Again, giving up profit factor to get Xenotech. Paying off a gang of daredevils. I don't really want to lower my profit factor. Xenotech currently isn't important. Mech Sages. The Imperial Navy has tried to conscript the Fellowship of Mech Sages on Larsheen, renowned creators of airborne machines by force. The brave technomats have decided to fight back, and now they require armor for their flying constructs. So it's a battle between the Navy and the tech priests. Ideally, I'd want to support both. They shouldn't be fighting. But mechanisms is a thing we've always been low on, so I will give up 5 adamantine for that. Disreputable deal. The once fearsome pirate captain known as Void Shark Lopham has decided to leave his old craft behind and try his hand at a calmer and more refined cold trade. He is willing to purchase his first shipment of forbidden goods by trading in the weapons from his infamous raider. Give up 3 xenotech for more weapons. That sounds great. A group of rebels from the Void City Capestus 9 is looking for someone who could supply them with deadly chemicals to perpetrate an attack on the station's satrap. Should their request be satisfied, it will soon be time to send crews of void cutters to the station to salvage what remains of the metal husk. Give up 7 chemicals to get 12 plasteel. Probably not. And also helping rebels to probably kill everyone on a station. Probably not great. We'll call that good for now. We still have a quest from Chapter 2 that's unfinished as we're moving into Chapter 4. So yeah, the Lord Inquisitor wants us to go to Footfall. Determine the role of House Von Valentius in the defense of the Koronus Expanse. Go to Footfall and meet Xavier Calcazar. That sounds totally fine. Caligos Winterscale does not have the slightest concern for the events of the Koronus Expanse and instead prefers to spend his time hunting. Now may be a good time for the head of the Von Valentius dynasty to pay a visit to his eminent peer. Yeah. Let's get rid of the completed... Oh, we already had gotten rid of the completed quests. So, new quests. We've got Blood Ties. Huspersarian stands accused of treason. Right. Go to Dargonis and we are going to do the investigation ourselves. Adira with the door. Jai wants us to go check out Falco on Footfall. Makes sense. Certain message received by the Astropathic Choir. Disconcerted Heinrichs. Right. We need to go to Phtons 4. Okay. That all makes sense to me. How are our colonies going? Do we yet have access to higher ranks than rank 3? We do. We now have access to all the way to rank 5, in theory. Nothing new at the lower levels here. So are these also blocked off? Yes. So if I want to do Holy Defenders, I would need to do Crucible and Praising the Masses. And Praising the Masses is done, or Praising the Muses is done elsewhere, which makes it harder to keep track of. Sacred Comet needs Crucible. So you both need Crucible? Oh. They all need Crucible to be done before I can do any of these. And then these ones require other things elsewhere in the Protectorate. Gotcha. Crucible requires Phlogiston, which we don't have, but we could get. We've got that trade option. So let's see. False Wonders. By showing illusions to the masses, it is possible to gain a lot of attention and attract pilgrims. Ugh. One of the projects has been completed. Intrusive Footsteps or Crusade Shrine. That would just give us more profit factor and more people by creating illusions to trick the people. Not thrilled with that plan. Koronus Expanse is in need of a stalwart defenders, and Foulstone can help by sending its children to every dark corner of the sector. That one sounds good. costs provisions, people, and weapons, but gives us complacency and security, but only here, not throughout the Protectorate. Lightbringers, with the warp currents tangled, refugees lose their way and perish in terror. The Rogue Trader can send out pious patrols to help those in distress and light warp beacons. Cost Prometheum Plasteel gives us a ton of reputation with the Navy and security everywhere. That one sounds great. Holy Ammunition, which we can't do because we don't have enough reputation, would give us weapons. And Crucible, we need the Phlogiston. And give us Holy Man feature, 10% damage for 2 turns, and plus 20 temporary wounds when the character uses their origin ability. Profit factor, provisions, complacency. Let's go with Lightbringers. Start there. Can we execute multiple at the same time? Yes. For a while there, I thought you could only do one project at a time, but then lately it seems like I've been able to do more. Let's get the Phlogiston. So to do that, we go to our journal, contracts. Which one gave us the Phlogiston at the cost of... Oh, right. We can get mobile extractiums. The cost of weapons. I think that's probably fair. Then I'll bring the world of iniquity to Imperial compliance and Incendia Corda. That's the other one. Corda is facing a prolonged campaign to weed out the planet's blasphemous element. She'll pay a generous price for the formidable steel giants of Kiava Gamma, vested in holy armor and armed with the Emperor's righteous fury. You can't, but if you have 10 complacency, you instantly complete the projects. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. So let's do this. Pay the weapons to get more of the mobile extractiums. Here we go. So 3 profit factor, which is a shame to get a bit more Phlogiston. Then we go back here to projects. And I can work on Crucible as well, because we now have the Phlogiston we need. So does that mean you have 10 complacency? Because I was not... Oh. We completed the reaping at Janus. More profit factor and provisions. Sure. Okay. Yes, we have 10 of each. That's neat. Lord Captain, the Crucible's great sculpting is underway. Foulstone is being transformed right before our eyes into a fertile world with lush groves and clean water. However, there is evidence that the Crucible has also created humans. Well, that's curious what you mean by the Crucible is creating humans. From the mouth of the relic came several thousand people who, speaking an archaic form of Low Gothic, demanded to be given orders. They cultivate land, build houses, and production facilities with obedience, and in general, have a remarkable range of skills and knowledge. However, it seems that these people completely lack their own free will, and for this, the monks have named them Touched. There is a split among the faithful, though many call it a miracle sent by the Emperor himself, and want to quickly put the touch to work. A part of the population is frightened by these soulless creatures born from the ancient machine. They demand that the planet's learned men intervene in the great sculpting and find a way to stop the production of the Touched. How dangerous are these Touched? They do not appear to pose a threat. The autopsy of several specimens has shown that they are physiologically identical to ordinary humans. No traces of corruption or xeno influence were found either. However, their obedience is a double-edged sword. They obey any orders without knowing or caring who gives them, and thus, nothing prevents a cunning intruder from bending them to their will, creating an army of obedient slaves or spies at their disposal. Okay, that's dangerous. One thing, my officers and advisors. They were begotten by the relic of St. Cognatius, which means their existence pleases the Emperor. Your people must be reminded that it is so. Arrange a public ceremony of the tonsure to initiate the Touched into the Order of the Hammer, and a service dedicated to reading parables about the acts of St. Cognatius and his followers. Why don't you make the first move and assemble a mighty force from these Touched ones? If they are so obedient and diligent, then they will make fine troops. Assign a loyal commander to each squad to keep an eye on them, and these strange people will turn from a threat into defenders of the Imperium. Lack of will, registering a high probability of manufacturing failure within the Crucible's sacred processes, it is recommended to dispose of the finished batch of units and halt production of new ones. The algorithm of the Great Sculpting requires further examination. Okay. I was assuming he would just say, okay, turn them all into servitors and then problem solved. But that was not his suggestion. I do think that there is some value in the idea of examining the Crucible further and seeing if we can correct what is wrong. If there is a way to give these people more intelligence, more free will. Part of me is wondering if they were like in stasis and just being set free and they're not actually being created, but who knows. So if we hold a public tonsure ceremony for the order with a service dedicated to St. Cognatius, that'll give us more complacency and efficiency and icons of the touched, which is sacred icons painted by the touched adorn the ship's decks. Enemy critical hit chances and warp damage against the flagship are reduced by 30%. That sounds nice. If we listen to Ulfar, we get more security and Crucible-born Tempest. The touched who were recruited as enforcers gave form to the ancient knowledge stored in their minds by modifying the void ship's weapons using sacred archaeotech. Long-range dorsal plasma macro cannons, which fire 2 shots dealing 26 damage per shot. I don't know how that stacks up to what we have right now, but it is one of these gold super equipments that are usually better. Pronounce the touched, the prosperity, the order, the hammer. Let them continue to serve the faithful. Gain efficiency, lose complacency. Probably not that. Or Pascal's option. Gain complacency and security, lose efficiency, and wisdom extractor. All allies gain plus 5% armor and plus 5% critical hit chance. The archaeotech secrets extracted from the heads of the touched were given to the gunsmiths tending the rogue trader's armory. I'm tempted by this one. The numbers go up unless they're maxed at 10, which part of me thinks they might be because 10, having them all at 10 seems strangely round number. But nothing goes down, which is good. And reducing the damage we take. Like 30% reduction in warp damage. I don't know how often warp damage happens in flagship combat. Versus here where we get a cool new weapon, but I don't know how that stacks out. I'm going to do this one. Hold a public tonsure ceremony for the order with a service dedicated to St. Cognatius. I will draft a detailed plan of the ceremony and hand it over to the prelate. Under the guidance of the brothers and sisters of the Order of the Hammer, the touched carried on with their toils, cultivating the land and building new settlements. The public induction of the touched, along with their diligent service, eventually solidified their image in the minds of the people as the executors of St. Cognatius' will, sent to the faithful to ease their burdens during the Great Sculpting. Any concerns about the touched possibly posing a danger were completely dispelled. Yeah, and the numbers didn't change, so I think 10 is the max. Cool. So I want to read Crucible again, because I've clearly forgotten what that involves. After millennia of lying under a monastery, St. Cognatius' titanic machine will soon be launched. It will take resources to awaken the relic, but doing so will bring glory to the Von Valentius name. Right, I think I just clicked on that without actually reading this. So it's just some ancient relic that we ordered to have actually put into use. Okay. This one feels bad, but it also feels wrong to just leave something not done. So I'm gonna do it. We'll grab those false wonders. Okay, so we could do reliquary already, but it would stop the other two. So let's see which one we actually want to aim for of these rank 5s. The monastery, having been damaged by the launch of the Crucible. Really? Okay. Will be transferred aboard the Von Valencia's flagship as a great reliquary and shelter for the Order of the Hammer. Okay, so we just move the whole monastery into our ship. Interesting. It would cost adamantine, which is fine. I don't think we're that... we're a little low. We give us Piety's Charge. A two-handed power hammer. All collisions caused by the Thunderhammer's pushing attacks deal 300% more damage. All targets hit by this Thunderhammer must pass an agility resistance test with a +10 bonus or fall prone. And then 5 profit factor. Holy Defenders. The monastery damaged by the Crucible will be rebuilt. While the cathedral is being erected from the ruins, the noble monks will scour the archives for any evidence of a familiar connection between St. Cognatius and the Von Valencia's dynasty. So you rebuild the monastery where it stands, but also try and prove that we are somehow connected to St. Cognatius. More complacency throughout would be interesting. 5 profit factor. Did this one? No, this is just the profit factor. And then Arbitrator Solomon's Veer's armor. 5 deflection, 85% armor. Only 0.5 dodge penalty. Usually heavy armors is 0.75. So that's good. I mean, the character wearing this armor will dodge 2% of the average enemy attacks in this chapter. That's a terrible number, given that the penalty isn't that bad. This armor once belonged to Solomon Veer of the Adeptus Arbites. While pursuing the head of a major crime syndicate, Flavis cult, Veer went beyond the bounds of the Calixtus sector and his own jurisdiction. Outnumbered, he was felled by the criminal and his henchmen, but took them all out with him. His armor was kept in the reliquary of the Koronus Expanse division of the Administratum. When the wearer hits a criminal enemy, that enemy gains +1 stack of perplexed effect for 2 rounds. -10 on ballistics, weapon skill, intelligence, or perception. And has an additional +4 deflection. I don't know if that's already calculated into this. Okay. Neat, but not amazing. Or Sacred Comet. The holy remains of the monastery, which were damaged by the launch of the Crucible, will be transferred to Foulstone's moon. Equipped with drives, the weaponized moon will leave orbit and set out on a crusade as a temple comet. 40k is wild. They'll give 4 security everywhere. That's neat. Cost phlogiston that we don't have. And then Blessing of St. Cognatius. All non-Xenos allies gain +5 bonus to all their characteristics and skills. That sounds really good. I don't know. I'm not really against any of these. So I'll hold off. Let's see with Janus what we can do there. We could do the Science of Virtue now. We finally have enough reputation, apparently. Blocks Project Rose of Zamarkand. All of the corruption on Janus originated in the sophistries of unholy scholars. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, a preacher of the cult of St. Drusus, is going to visit Janus to perform the procedure of blessed delimitation of the agri-complexes and demarcation of the irrigation systems. Instead of relying on the advice of godless genitors, he will be guided by the wise examples set by hagiographies of the saints and teachings of the righteous scriptures, and the pious sacred geometry of the iconographers, May faith triumph over the sophistication of soulless metal. Huh. Interesting. Versus Rose of Zamarkand, which is what this one blocks, which would give us clandestine cultivation of a xenoplant that feeds on the blood of serfs, will allow the production of hallucinogenic poisons that contaminate the victim's genes. Wow. Everything about that is wrong. Definitely feeling the science of virtue above that one. This one blocks Dark Sages, and Dark Sages blocks that. So which of these am I going to aim for? We can't do either because reputation. Magus Biologists, custodians of Janus sacred irrigation plants, have taken an interest in the unique substance discovered on the planet. If provided with the resources for erecting a chapel, they will delve into the mysteries of the chemsynthesis, which can turn deadly toxins into basic substances needed for life-saving Medicae kits. Very good. Versus not all servants of the Omnissiah firmly adhere to the catechism of maintenance and operations. The Maltechs are defrocked clergy, another similar outcast who wander the Koronus Expanse in pursuit of undesirable knowledge, teetering on the brink of schism. A protector who gives them shelter, safety, and resources for their research will earn the gratitude. Casabalica Mission has connections among the Maltechs and can secretly assemble an entire covenant of the unholy sages on Janus so they may intrepidly study the mysterious xeno artifacts found in abundance on this world. Probably not. So we're probably going to go with Science of Virtue and Capella Biologists. Okay. So for now, we'll start Science of Virtue, which will give us the Eyes of Joyeuse, where psi rating is increased by +1 against demons for each rank of dogmatic. You don't say. You don't say. I have lots of ranks of dogmatic, and you're telling me I can get like a +3 or something to my psi rating? Hello. Yeah. So that's going to take some time, because their complacency isn't up to 10. But that's fine. Dargonus, what do you got going on? Holy Prophet. The date for the payment of the tithe approaches. However, by making use of the corrupt practices of the Administratum, one could find a way to keep both the psykers and the thrones. And I don't really want to use corrupt practices, but sure. Praising the Muses. This is one we needed for Foulstone, I believe. Patronage of the architects and other artists will allow the creation of amazing and monumental works marked with the Rogue Trader's likeness. Cost plasteel and adamantine gives us 5 profit factor. Neat. Pleasing the tired, the Adeptus Administratum's vanity may be indulged through the construction of a floating palace filled with helpful serfs and exquisite pleasures. Multiplied by the bribe, the scribes will be especially attentive to the Rogue Trader's wishes. Huh. Not really feeling that. Call to arms, which we need more weapons for. It's time for Dargonus nobility to forget their feuds and take up arms in defense of their native world. That's a decent option. Give security everywhere and more people, and a familiar power armor. Interesting. Terrible dodge penalty, but good armor, good deflection. Militia Navy. The Great Freedom accorded to the Imperial Navy will allow the mustering of impressive independent squadron not classified as pirates. Not classified as pirates, but are they pirates? All the inhabitants of the Expanse place their trust in the Rogue Trader during their hour of need. The flagship restores 33% to the cooldown of ultimate abilities at the end of the space combat. Red warp roots always become orange. Ooh. So we would no longer have dangerous paths. I like that one. And it's not blocking off anything else. Lastly, Bastion. By declaring Dargonus the defense center of the Koronus Expanse, the Rogue Trader will be able to requisition foreign vessels and collect additional resources from the population. Rogue Trader has received some of the best munitions and supplies for the defense of the Expanse, +2 to the plating of all sectors. Yeah. Let's start with you, Militia Navy. Vivo 6. Underground Workers. Takes mechanisms and gives a plasteel, which I don't care about. Gigantic machines will vaporize the rock in their path, clearing the way to valuable mineral deposits. The Surf clans operating them will never see the sun, nor will the descendants. That's fine, I just don't feel the need to give up a mechanism for plasteel. And Holy Servitude. The Drosians always need new pilgrims, and convicts will be an adequate fit for this role. I don't have a problem with creating more pilgrims. Vigilance. A marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire a melta scorching shot once per combat. Interesting. More profit factor, more reputation. This blocks Lair in the Void. The abandoned Void station in orbit around Vibo 6 may be turned into a secret den for the pirates of the Koronus Expanse. Okay, we're definitely not doing that. So Holy Servitude seems fine. And this one blocks both. So what's your deal? Master Artisans of the Adeptus Mechanicus deep in the mines of Vibo 6, where thundering seismic cannons will tear through rock to free precious ores. It'll give us even more mobile extractiums, which is great. So yeah, more pilgrims or better mining. Probably this one feels better. It's interesting that this says it blocks Holy Servitude, but Holy Servitude doesn't say it blocks... Oh, yes it does. Okay. Definitely leaning Extractia Metallica in this case, so I'm not going to go with Holy Servitude. What do we have here? Earthbreaker, which needs the Phlogiston. Okay, these aren't blocking each other. Pureblood. The Rogue Trader may grant the convicts the right to buy, with their labor, the freedom of their children born in captivity. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah. Let's see. Transarinate. I don't know that word. Transuranium's value is such that its open pit mining will be worth the thousands of lives lost to radiation exposure. Costs a bunch of people, gives us a bunch of promethium. Probably not. Acquiring captives from the enemies of humanity for use in forced labor is possible way to replenish the workforce. Probably not. Yeah, tanks are profit factor and security just to get more people. No. Navy whips. Disciplinary officers in the Imperial Navy will make for wondrous wardens on Vibo 6. Craven's Bane. It's a chain sword. More reputation, more complacency, efficiency, security. I don't mind that either. We'll go with Pureblood first. And then, oh, this is another world that we can just do a bunch. So we'll get Navy whips as well. Using up 6 people to gain 12 promethium. Not feeling it. Need more weapons for this. An entire planetary regiment of martyr guardsmen. A gift from the Rogue Trader to the Koronus Expanse in its darkest hour. I do like that. We just need more weapons. And then this needs to have penal battalion. They all do. Okay. We'll get around to that at some point. Lastly, Kiava Gamma, which is all 10s. Neat. But we can't do anything. We can do flawless servitors. I stand corrected. Servitors are superior to an ordinary worker in every way. This blocks the vigil of the tech guards. Okay. Being efficient, durable, and devoid of service irrelevant brain processes, Kappa Gamma will have the capacity to provide the entire protectorate with servants of flesh and metal. Once given appropriate amounts of human raw materials, the new production line will be deployed in an ancient and venerated workshop decommissioned for preservation years ago by Lady Theodore's order. Boost efficiency everywhere, profit factor, and battle servitors. In ship encounters, the Rogue Trader squad is supported by friendly combat servitors, with no explanation of how that actually helps me. Versus if we want Vigil of the Tech Guards. Depsis Mechanicus are concerned about the recent outbreak of heresy on Kiava Gamma. They offer to enter into a solemn alliance with the House von Valencius. Under its terms, an ancient workshop preserved by Lady Theodore's order will become the site of a Prioritas Scitarius, a factory which would produce the invincible tech guards. These unrelenting warriors, impeccable in their digital vows, will secure every Adeptus Mechanicus facility in the Protectorate. I'm not against that idea either, though giving me plus 10 tech use is kind of worthless. Security everywhere or efficiency everywhere? I don't know. I'll hold off. There, we've got that all out of the way. It's a lot of reading. So on Janus, we've got 2 quests already. No, 2 points of interest. Is that not quests as well? I mean, I wouldn't think so. We already looked through all of our quests, and I don't think anything was pointing us towards Janus. Yeah. Let's head back to the main map. An hour and a half into the stream. So is there anything new? We've got a new spot here. Okay. But realistically, no. There isn't really anything new. Now, Eye of the Magnetic Storm is one we've had our eye on for a while, that we couldn't do because we needed a better Auspex. And I think we finally got better Auspex last stream. So let's head down to here, check that out, and then make our way down to Furibundus to meet with the Inquisitor. Go to the world of Quetzaltemur. We have a few quests kicking around. I don't remember that one. Go to the world of Quetzaltemur. Is what? Here. So that's meeting with Caligos Winterscale. Okay. He's at the Nameless Star. Alright, we don't care about that at the moment. Let's travel here. Lord Captain, there is an emergency in the officer's deck. Vigis' voice is quaking slightly. Numerous victims, loss of communication. The Voidsmen report warp voices filling the compartments. But this is not a warp breach. This is the Xenos you took aboard at Janus. He has gone mad and went on a rampage. Okay, is this the Seer? Or is this the Marjai? Oops. Oops what? I have 2 fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims that there are survivors who barricaded themselves in an adjacent compartment. The enforcers managed to isolate the raving xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pacify him so far. What will be your orders be? Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of the lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I am ready to stop the accursed xenos rampage personally and repay every life he has taken. Why am I not surprised? Heinrich's voice is oozing with poison. Rogue Trader, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you in disposing of the rabid creature before it mauls even more people. Okay, it is Marjai. The Vox channel relays a thin sigh full of realization and fright. Alantok, I know what the reason behind Marjai's madness is. Please, I must accompany you to the compartment. I will help you deal with the Dark One. Going to the officer's deck immediately. Iliad, explain your words. I mean, it's us going into the warp, which I remember she had difficulty with as well, because that pulls them closer to Slaanesh. And I think she was able to rely on her meditation or something to get her through it. But Marjai probably needs to do a lot of pain and pleasure and whatnot in order to get through it, which is bad. Can no one here do anything right without me? Vent the officer's compartment deck compartments into space. No, Iliad, explain your words. Do you remember what happened during my first voyage aboard your ship? When I found myself beyond the veil, the servants of She Who Thirsts descended upon the fragile shell that is protecting your vessel from the outside horrors and managed to break through. The soul of an Eldari shines like a beacon in the night, drawing the gaze of Silanthresh and stoking her thirst. The ways of Asuria keep us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasure, as well as for some protection against our eternal enemy. When the voices of She Who Thirsts called out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marjai has started feeding his withering soul instead, using the only method he knew. I'm going to the officer's deck immediately. The squad of enforcers who have blocked the Xenos in the dead-end corridor is awaiting at the deck. I beg you to be careful, Lord Captain, and may the God Emperor watch over you. Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised that this went down. I didn't think about it, but it makes sense. So yeah, we'll bring Iliad with us. And we'll bring Heinrichs as well. Probably one of them is going to deal with him in one way or another. Meet with the supervisors on the officer's deck. The very first warp jump with the Drukhari on board has resulted in the journal not staying up long enough. This resulted in tragedy. Numerous disemboweled victims left on the officer's deck mark the path walked by Marjai, who seems to have completely lost his mind. The source of this threat needs to be located and neutralized. Yep. Yeah, that's a problem. Hopefully no officers that we cared about are dead. Somebody open the door! Open the door before he gets me! The body is covered in hundreds of cuts, none of which look deep enough to have ended the victim's suffering in a single blow. Yeah. The maimed, bloodied body looks like a broken marionette lying in an unnatural position.
Follow my lead.
Deck enforcers. The corpse is missing its eyes. Its face is horribly mutilated. A demonette here. Oh, that's bad news. That's real bad news. Lord Captain, God Emperor be with you, and with all of us, too. The Enforcer can barely suppress the tremors running through his body. Only you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It started a few watches after the translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours has been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his xenos tongue, and he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand! Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. Elliot turns pale. He heard the call. Any of our kind who find themselves beyond the veil become tempting prey for Silanthresh. And your technology that protects the ship from her baleful influence cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. Point to the demonette. Can you see her? The officer looks behind him, glances around the ship, then turns to you with an alarmed expression. See who, your lordship? I cannot see anyone, Ignatius, but I can certainly sense a warp presence nearby. You're saying you can perceive it? Then the entity itself has decided to reveal its form to you. The real question is, why? Where's Marjai now? Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up in there. He nods at the barricaded gate. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were screams. Well, we couldn't save them, so we locked him in there so he couldn't crawl back out unless he finds a crack to squeeze through. Who are the victims of this massacre? Anyone he could get his hands on, your lordship. Officers, serfs, a technomat. He even attacked a servitor, although that didn't last long. He just tore its head off. The rest of them, though, Xenoscum tortured the life out of them. You can see the color draining from the officer's face. I've heard enough. I'm heading inside. We'll unblock it right quick, your lordship. If only there was a way to flush that fiend out without going in. He stops and pales even more. Throne's mercy, I completely forgot. The late technomat, he turned on some security systems right before he bled out. We figured if the Xenos thinks about showing his face, those systems will get him. The point is, we should go with you, your lordship. With your permission, it just wouldn't be right for the Lord Captain to go in there alone. God Emperor help us all. The officer tries his best to speak calmly, but his voice is quivering. The thought of going inside that compartment that has become a death trap fills him with dread bordering on panic. I'm fine if you don't go in with. Let's check out the other side. Since that's the way we're supposed to go.
None are better at searching.
Oh, found some goods. Someone was carrying a plasma gun on them? And a Dreadmonger grenade, whatever that is. All creatures in the area of effect must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone as if they are stunned. Oh, even if they are stunned and immobilized. The movement triggers attacks of opportunity from the navigator's allies who have passed the resistance test or are outside of the zone. Huh. Oh, and that's as far as we can go this way. Okay. Hey, main pious fool. Welcome. Alright, let's interact with this demonette. Who is this? Is it the ruler of this vessel and the master of the lost child? Come closer. Let me get a good look at you. Yeah, we've got a lot more involvement from Slaanesh at the moment, which is not a good thing.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I can hear the beating of his heart, the roaring blood in his veins, the pulsating fear in his black soul.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Okay, we will deal with that in a moment. Advanced medkit, Master Surgeon's gloves. The wearer gains plus 25 Medicae. Each time the wearer uses the medkit, it provides an additional 10 temporary wounds. That's neat. Let's grab you, Pascal. When the time comes for me to step into this world, he will be waiting for me. Are you specifically talking about yourself as the demonette, or is Slaanesh planning to step into this world? Oh, dude. Okay. I am having trouble keeping track of where all these traps are connected. Anyway, let's be careful. You can't walk. I was wondering if he could walk around that, but that seems to be a no. Awesome.
Anything worthy of my attention?
Dude, these are a lot of traps. Okay, that's one resolved. We've got another one here, but we have to get past some of these others first. You can just disarm this one by itself.
Success is an irrefutable certainty. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Okay. And we got to level up everywhere. Fantastic. Let's take care of that right now. So skills, the only skill we really care about is lore warp. Oh, these are characteristics, not skills. Well, the only characteristic we care about is willpower. So, yeah. I mean, agility is nice, but... Unpredictable. Soldier gains plus 10% critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of attack. Sure. For you, probably ballistics. And then... when in half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by 15%. Doubled if they haven't moved. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. Exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by 9. We'll go with instant exposure. For you, probably intelligence or weapon skill. We'll go weapon skill, I suppose, rounded up to a nice even number. Fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, deals 30% more damage. Sounds great. For you, I've been boosting your willpower. Probably want to keep boosting weapon skill as well. I have unfortunately marked a ton of things for you. Plus 5 damage deflection against the first attack made by every enemy this combat. That sounds amazing. Probably willpower for you. Yep. That's great. Yeah, more range is fine. And you. Go ballistic skill. He's supposed to be going back and forth between melee weapons and ranged attacks, so keeping both of them high is good. Steady boost of stacking critical damage feels good. Revel and Slaughter being easier is probably good as well. Okay, that was quick and easy. Anything else to check out? No, let's just head on in.
Thank Brass for my sharp senses.
A trivial task.
It's about time.
Hello, Demonette. I have come because the prince wills it. The souls of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace. The prince. I don't know who the prince is. I'm decent with 40k lore, but definitely not an expert. Oh, Irliet is actually our demolitions person. Okay. Usually it's been Pascal.
None shall stand in my way.
Arc Strategist Visor. The wearer gains an additional stratagem ability. All allies in the target combat area instantly reload their weapons after each attack made by them until the start of the wearer's next turn. No. That would have to be for Cassia. And I'm sure she's got something better on already. Marjai jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale gray parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into two pitch-black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there is no sign of it left. Artisan of Pain. At last. The resonant voice that has followed you on your journey through the deck sounds like it's coming from every direction, chilling you to the bone. At last we meet, my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in this universe. This ends now. Heinrich draws his weapon, and the air around him grows colder. We are putting the rabid beast down for good. Bila exclaims something in the Eldari language. The elucidator fails to process her rapid and elaborate speech. Without waiting for Marjai's response, she turns to you. My dark kin has lost himself in the fight against the pull of She Who Thirsts. Allow me, Elentok. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let Silenthresh take him. I'm wondering if this is a start of a path to get him to reject the Drukhari. Slaanesh is the Prince of Pleasure. Oh, in my mind I always pictured Slaanesh as female, but I guess that's fine then. Okay. Well, I guess in some cultures, Prince can also be used as gender neutral. I don't know. But yeah, maybe Irliet can help him turning away from Drukhari tendencies. In which case, then we could actually allow him on board our ship. All genders and none. That makes sense for Slaanesh. That's fair. Slaanesh is multi-gendered. Okay. The warp spawn laughs musically. Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Eldari soul is already his. The demon's voice suddenly forces itself into your mind. But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Ignatius. The soul of this pathetic xenos is a small price to pay for the blessings that come with my master's favor. I will try to bring him to his senses or attack Marjai. I will not show leniency to the one who butchered my people. I don't want to help you. But I'm going to try bring him to his senses. But I hope that's not going to immediately lead to this lulling him to letting his guard down. I'll try to bring him to his senses. Drukhari stares at you without blinking, teeth still bared, his frenzied expression frozen like a mask. You hear hissing again, this time lower and angrier than before. This unit has received a sign from the Omnissiah. Pascal points to the metal platform beneath Marjai's feet. The transfer plate upon which the Xenos has so short-sightedly made his lair can be reconfigured to send a short discharge of the motive force. This unit could use it to impart a modicum of reason to this crazed creature. Look closely at Marjai. You're being addressed by the rogue trader and master of this vessel. I command you to compose yourself before the God Emperor's chosen and beg forgiveness for your crimes. Ha! Be that you promised you could help. Persuasion. Marjai, can you hear me? Let's talk. Which, because Cassia is amazing, we have a 100% chance. Heinrichs, use your biomancy to dull his reflexes. Pascal, make good on your offer. Or Heretical, push one of the enforcers forward. Look, Marjai, I brought you someone. Wow. Let's first look closely at Marjai. Marjai, half crouched, is teetering slightly, and that is the only movement you can see. His body language shows that he is ready to attack, as do the bloodstained blades he is holding. Iliad, you promised you would help. We'll start with letting her give it a shot, because I think she's got the best chance of understanding his circumstance and getting through to him, even though I'm sure any of the options can work. Or just kill him. He wasn't worth redeeming. Be at least a little dogmatic. Whoa. Whoa. Let's not be crazy now. Let's see what Irlet can pull off. Irlet starts talking, too quickly for the elucidator, but not for Marjai. He turns his head and watches her like a snake watches a bird. Irlet takes a step, then another. You hear her new inflections in her voice, melodious, almost calming. Her hands are moving in an elaborate dance of gestures as she keeps touching the spirit stone on her chest. Slowly, very slowly, Irlet advances towards Marjai and his bristling blades, and he remains still, seemingly entranced by her words. You carefully follow her. Let's look closely at Marjai again. The xenos is turning his head back and forth, surveying the room but still watching you. His muscles are no longer cramped stiff in a battle stance, but his face still bears the twisted expression that can either be interpreted as wild frenzy or terror. Continue, Irliat. How many disjunctions did you survive in Kimura, Marjai? The warp is powerless as long as you refuse to let it take hold of you. Master yourself. So we could do that, but we'll let Irliat continue. Irliat gives you a slight nod and starts speaking again, her words filled with pain and pleading. She steps forward and takes another step, and another. You feel as if this last step was a little too confident. Marjai's expression changes subtly as hungering malice flashes in his eyes. Irliat notices the alarming signs too late and only recoils when the blade has already cut through the air. She barely suppresses a cry and clutches her deep wound, but she does not retreat farther than a single step. No more. Irliat whispers faintly, he no longer heeds me. Look closely at him. The xenos is standing tall and looking at you with faint traces of intelligence in his eyes, which are still hazy. It looks like one last push is required for him to emerge from his death-sowing trance. Ulfar, would you like to say a few words to your old acquaintance? Or coercion? Which we didn't have a 100% chance on. We succeeded anyway. What about all that talk about the great Eldari race? If only you could see yourself now, you worthless quivering beast. A mirage was all it took for you to soil yourself. Wow. And yes, that's the option we're choosing. Marjai blinks and his eyes ignite with a familiar look of fury and wounded pride. I will rip your tongue and make you swallow it piece by piece along with your own teeth. No. The air behind Marjai ripples and you watch as the demonette's faintly visible silhouette bleeds out of thin air. The horrible mouth is sneering triumphantly. The large pincers is rising higher and higher. Marjai behind you, or Heretical, let the demonette take Marjai. Everyone step back. Or just attack, destroy the warp spawn. Either we warn Marjai or attack. I think both are good. And I don't know which is going to have a better outcome. But I think warning him, assuming he has quick enough reflexes to deal with it, is good. If he doesn't have quick enough reflexes, then maybe telling all of us to attack would be the option to get a better chance of taking her out. But I'm worried if we say attack, she'll be able to like grab him before we start our attack or something. Basically, I don't know who's going to respond faster to fighting back against her. Marjai behind you. Yep. Oop, too slow. The demon brings her pincers down on Marjai's head and clangs against his raised blade. Oh, good. So, not too quickly. Marjai crouches and shoves the shrieking warp entity away from himself. No, you are mine, Marjai. You're mine. Okay.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
So we've got deck enforcers who are clouded mind under Demonet's control. This effect can be removed with medkits, get back in the fight ability, or the death of the Demonet. Okay. Master of Puppets. Demonet lures a creature under her control. No way to know which Demonet is affecting them. But my thought is we try not to murder all the deck enforcers and just take out the Demonets. And hopefully we can save them. Not that it overly matters, 3 random nameless deck enforcers, but still. We don't really want to kill them pointlessly. So let's get our various ranged people into cover as we can. And then for our melee people, I guess Pascal, you can work on this one. Heinrichs, you can work on these. Ulfar. Let's put you, like, here. Sure, something like that. Cassius first, of course. We'll do front row. Here seems fine.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Then for backline, to get dodge bonuses, I think giving them to Cassia makes the most sense. And the crit bonus we will give to Irliet.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Go for Inquisitor's Tenant. Doesn't quite get us here. Voice of Command.
If I may.
What can I do with her to try and get that up? I mean, I guess we can just do bring it down. Because if I can get some kills, but I'm probably not going to. Oh, never mind. We already got high momentum. Perfect. So that's the difficulty of raising the difficulty, is she no longer automatically gets to use her ability first turn. There's a chance we might not get to.
Oh, too easy.
Okay. Do a run and gun. And then ignite. I suppose ignite. We can't do molten beam. Do I work on taking out some of these demonettes? Probably. Taking out the ones behind us makes the most sense. I'm assuming those are more likely to be the ones affecting the enforcers. Shouldn't I have an effective psi rating of crazy high against demons? No, that's if we get the helmet that we don't have yet. That's the result of one of the world things. We don't have that yet.
Not a problem for me.
So that will be the end of our turn, our free turn. So then we'll have her give us another full turn. Now we could use Meltas to just take out enemies. Any way I can hit multiple of you at once. If I was slightly differently placed, maybe. Yeah, I need to be like 1 square over. It feels like. If I was here, would that do it? No. Feels like that should be doing it. Maybe the box is getting in the way. I could go over a bit farther and try and hit both of them. Something like here. Just melt is so powerful that I might as well try and hit 2 of them with it at once, if possible. No, and then it barely misses. Come on. And I could go here if Heinrichs wasn't in the way. Are we only going to be able to pull off hitting just 2 or just 1? What if we went all the way down to like here? Again, it just barely misses. Because those 3 are nearly lined up, but it's just barely not working in my favor. I'm guessing that's still wrong. Yeah. Alright, looks like I can only hit 1. That's a shame. I mean, I could just melt to this one twice and be done with the fight. Well, at least be done with her part of the fight. Alright, let's just take out some of these demons.
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
You're down.
Suits my purposes. You don't stand a chance.
Alright. There's you. I can probably take you out with just normal ignite.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Okay. So we've just got the Artisan of Pain. You guys are still mind controlled, so it must be her.
Me was your biggest mistake.
Well, you technically survived. That guy died. You are still mind controlled. As are you. Maybe it is the Artisan of Pain that's behind it.
Suits my purposes.
Can I do run and gun? Apparently. So that means I can melt you then.
Not a problem for me.
And I'll be able to do steady superiority.
My time is now.
Do another melta on you. And that might just end the fight. If we roll well.
Nothing.
Yeah. Good job, everyone. Well done, team. Marjai turns to you and looking the same as ever, with the expression that you can see grayish-blue veins through his parchment skin and something resembling terror in his eyes. They're gone, Ignatius. Gone, but still lurking at the threshold, keeping watch. I can hear their whispers. How do Monkey bear them for days and days on end? You hear genuine confusion in his voice. You will hear these whispers every time the void vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this. Find an anchor for such times, or lose yourself. Marjai looks at Yrliet. There is a barely noticeable shift in his expression. The entire time you have been here. Yes, the Dark One. The entire time. With each new passage, I bolstered my spirit further, and my meditation became stronger barrier against the tendrils of She Who Thirsts. I endured it. So will you if you value your soul. The Drukhari lowers his head in thought. Then he gives Yrliet a sidelong glance. I should have understood. From what you told me. Marjai stops himself. Well, no matter. Onyx is looking at you intently. You realize that the cold sensation still remains. The interrogator is ready to strike, waiting for you to say the word. Yeah. Oh, man. Marjai, are you sure you've regained your senses? Your presence has caused me a great deal of grief, Xenos. I've had enough of this heresy on my ship. Dogmatic, kill Marjai, or dogmatic like Heinrich's dispose of Marjai. Esteemed interrogator, I invite you to do your duty as a servant of the Holy Inquisition. Man. It's the doing what makes sense in character versus the me as a player wanting to see his storyline. Like, is there a possible redemption arc for him? I don't know. Marjai, have you regained your senses? Marjai gnashes his teeth. I forgot myself for a moment, nothing more. Your presence is causing me a great deal of grief, Xenos. Marjai's voice turns into furious hissing. Your kind step beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god, and you expect those such as I to rely on such paltry protections from the terrors of she who thirsts? One of the enforcers let his emotion get the better of him. Throne's sake, Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there's Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails the God Emperor's light allow one of his enemies to act like he's the master here? Marjai looks at the man hungrily. The living meat that serves you talks too much. They would, however, make for perfect playthings. He looks straight at you. I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If I don't obtain a source of such sustenance, Silantresh will only keep testing my limits. I will change nothing. Marjai is free to hunt wherever he pleases on my ship. Definitely not that. I shall grant you hunting grounds, Marjai. A bay on the lower decks. You can do whatever your heart desires down there, but you are not to leave its bounds during warp jumps. Definitely not going with that. I forbid you from moving about the ship unsupervised, and from here on out, you will be kept under lock and key during warp jumps. The alternative is death. The choice is yours. So we're definitely not doing the first two. And I feel like this is just delaying the inevitable. Like, keeping him under lock and key and always supervised so that he offers what to the team as part of my retinue. I don't think I can justify it. As much as I want to see how his story plays out, there's just no reason I would ever consider leaving him here. But he is just so completely against everything we're aiming for. Like, at least Irliet, while being Xenos, is not actively hunting humans. She's working towards helping us. Except for, one quick mistake. But generally, she's been helping us. And so I'm fine keeping her here. He's hunting down my people and plans to continue doing so. I hate it, but I don't see a better option story-wise. It doesn't make sense for me to leave him here. I could give him this option just to see how he takes it, but still, it's not really part of my retinue if he's supervised and under lock and key. And I don't think I'm going to actually bring him on missions. So, Heinrichs, esteemed interrogator, I invite you to do your duty as a servant of the Holy Inquisition. Gladly, Lord Captain. I feel bad, but I've never been able to justify having him on my ship, and after running through and slaughtering all my people, and there not being any real option, no remorse or plans to change. It's like, nope, I can't justify it. Irliet flinches and looks away. She tries to say something, but instead just closes her eyes and shakes her head ruefully. Yeah, sorry, Irliet. I don't plan on killing you for what that's worth. But yeah, there was nothing good to come from Marjai, so far as I could tell. Okay, I think these are mostly the things we gave him. So yeah, we're not going to get to see his long-term story, which I'm slightly disappointed by, but couldn't justify it in my head. So let's get out of here. Probably look up after I finish this game if he did in fact have any sort of redemption arc, and if he does, then I'd be disappointed, but didn't feel like it. Back to the map. Maybe I should talk to Irliet, actually, after that. Possibly Heinrichs. The two of them might have dialogue relating to it. So let's actually go back. I know we've had way too much dialogue, but whenever an event happens that I think connects to one of our main characters, it feels good to talk to them then so I don't forget later on. So Heinrichs, you're right here. Anything you want to say?
To what do I owe this visit?
No. And Irliet?
Ilantak?
No.
I trust your journeys were fruitful.
I'm surprised that she doesn't have anything to say, because I assumed that she would have a response about her disagreement with how I handled that. But I guess not. Alright, back to Omicron for that quest. Your lordship. Judging from his tone, Danrock is practically bursting with hidden enthusiasm. I humbly apologize for distracting you from matters of the Protectorate, but I simply must beg for a moment of your time. After all, this concerns the illustrious Mistress Cabela. Doubtless, it has not escaped your powers of insight that she has been rather not herself lately. Truly, Mistress Cabela's soul is a tenebrous place, but even I noticed the change in her bearing. When I finally had a spare moment to think on what could be done to address this, it dawned on me. Another social occasion. I dare say the first one went rather well, did it not? I do not think this is such a good idea. I mean, she didn't necessarily like it, but it was the event that sparked off our romance. Mainly when we left it. Well then, let us enjoy one more moment of leisure. I am sick and tired of her quirks. I will not waste any more of my time on them. We can try it. Or maybe this will lead to more dialogue about his plan, rather than just saying yes. I do not think this is such a good idea. On the contrary, your lordship, I approached Mistress Cabela with a conversation, and she herself suggested that a repeat event would be appropriate and even desirable. What? Cabela herself wants to organize another event? Precisely. I was somewhat flabbergasted at the proposal, I must admit, but if such is Mistress Cabela's wish, how can I not try to please both of you once more? Well then, let us enjoy one more moment of leisure. Marvelous. I already have some ideas in mind, this time a more private engagement on Dargonas. With a view from the spire, I shall begin the preparations as soon as we arrive on the capital world. When you are ready, just find me at the palace, and this most pleasing of evening can commence. Lord Captain, we have visitors on the bridge seeking an audience. Your presence is required. Okay. Who is it gonna be? Oh. It's the clergy. Ecclesiarchy, I suppose. Or are these administratum? The High Factotum bows low to you. Your lordship, if I may beg a minute of your precious attention. I am elated to notify you that a delegation of High Ecclesiarchs of the Adeptus Ministorum have arrived on your vessel. The holiest of his servants have come to proclaim their veneration before the rogue trader. You're faithful to his word and fearful of his wrath. Long may the Von Valentia's name be praised in the annals of the Imperium. May the God Emperor protect this dynasty from peril and adversity. Noble Ignatius von Valentius, word of your righteousness and diligence in serving him has spread to the farmost corners of the Koronus Expanse. It would be folly to let a paragon such as you travel among the stars without firm spiritual support. We're here to correct this egregious oversight. From this day forth, this ship will be consecrated daily and nightly by the servants of the Ecclesiarchy, given to you for toils eternal, so that his light in these halls may never fade. The Ecclesiarchy grants you a holy relic, a banner of St. Cognatius obtained in the conquest of the Expanse. May this gift instill trepidation and reverence in the hearts of your subjects, and the altar created to bear it become a place of prayer for your senior officers. Does your lordship wish to witness the installation of the altar and banner? You would be the first to kneel before the relic and set the example of piety for the crew. Be a great honor. Oh, it's going up right here in the middle of our main deck. I thought it'd be in the chapel. Yeah, let's turn our thoughts to the God Emperor. Behind the glass of the altar lies the banner of St. Cognatius, a relic left behind by one of the Imperium's... We're too fast. Greatest and most mysterious missionaries who converted more than one world into the righteous faith. Well, neat. So that's the back half of our ship. Okay. Cool. Or of our captain's deck. Not our ship. The ship is like multiple kilometers long. We are back to here. Can we finally do whatever this quest was that we got like at the start of the game? Here, the Savannah world, which has a magnetic storm we were unable to pierce through with our lower quality aspects. Magnetic storm raging above the planet blurs the gaze of augur rays. Only truly powerful diviner machines may see through the currents of magnetic fluctuations in their blessed vigil and discover the mysteries of this emperor-forsaken planet. Okay, we are still leaving this unwelcome world. Maybe he will return here one day. We still can't pierce through that magnetic storm. We have 20 extractiums. That's cool stuff. And something going on Vibo 6. Pure blood. Okay. Lord Captain's presence will be required. Sounds good. So we could grab Holy Servitude or Underground Workers. But we wanted Extractium Metallica, I think. Granted, I don't know that the mobile Extractiums are so important since we apparently have 20 of them on board. But also a ring that does one melt is probably not great either. So we just did Pure Blood. This will give me Promethium that I don't care for. And we're definitely not doing Captive Xenos. No, I think we're not doing anything with any of those. Janus finished, which gives us this, which would have been useful in that last mission. It's going to slightly reduce our lower warp skill. But tons of extra damage against demons. Feels pretty good. So you're locked. Right, and then we were going to choose between these. Specifically, we just need more reputation. Any others that are done? No. Okay. Let's pop back out of... Actually, before I forget, let's put this on. So you are giving me... How big of a bonus? It's not really showing. Willpower bonus. So we're getting a plus 12 to our lore warp. So it's going to drop from a 127 to 115. To get huge bonuses against demons. It's probably worth it. I assume late game we're going to be going against more demons. At least it feels like the sort of thing of how you would ramp up the danger in the game. So let's head back up here and then make our way down to Footfall. Lord Captain, an urgent message. Our enforcers have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. You see, both the saboteur and the circumstances of his capture are rather strange. You cannot tell if Vigidus sounds baffled or worried. I think it would be reasonable for Magos Pascal to take a look at him as well. What is so unusual about the saboteur and the way he was captured? The thing is, Lord Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all of our security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with machine spirits and the combat potential of his augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder, he offered no resistance at all. Instead, he asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized that the enforcers had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet with you. I considered it necessary to apprise you of the situation, so he wants to talk to Nomos. This infiltration of a rogue trader's ship operated by authorized engine seers casts doubt on my tech comrade's stability. If he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive. Very well, I'll speak to him. Understood, Lord Captain. The saboteur will be brought to you. The group of servitors whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. Asclepius. I greet the master of this vessel, Cathedral, and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos' observing servitors, and of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intention to desecrate your temple. Before I accept your apologies, tell me who you are and why you infiltrated my ship. I honor the fraternity of the omniscized servants. It pains me to see you trespassing on board like a thief instead of arriving as a guest. Your apology is accepted. For your prompt admission of guilt, I will allow you to choose the method of your execution. I'm gonna go with 2. I kind of like one of just, before I accept your apologies, tell me what's going on, but also just stating plainly that we're friendly to the tech priest, and you could have just come aboard rather than been welcomed aboard rather than trespassing like a thief. The giant's shoulders shift slightly. For that, I apologize as well. I did not expect to find understanding amidst the suffocating ignorance that abounds within the laity, and even many of my brethren. For this reason, I chose to carry out my mission in secret without seeking your permission. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computator general of the Cognizance fleet, now a liber recluse with a status of Malotech. Oh. Malotechs are the ones that are like one step away from being heretics by how far they stray from what is accepted by the tech priests. Malotechs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archive data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Amarnat. Of course, Amarnat's part of this. My brother once served as the Engineer Prime on this ship. Asclepius gestures around him reverently. He was an adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I. Amarnat was the tech priest on this ship? Amarnat is then the one that the tech priest has been searching for all along. He was the Engineer Prime of this ship. Huh. You would think that any of our high-ranking officers would have mentioned that every time Pascal has been talking about Amarnat. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone. I know that my brother perished. Oh, no. He's not talking about Amarnat here. He's a faithful disciple of the Holy Amarnat. And then he has a brother who served as the Engineer Prime. Probably the Engineer Prime who died at the very start of the game. Kind of off screen. Which led to us needing to get a new Engineer Prime of Pascal. And that Engineer Prime also followed its discontinuation of the cycle. Okay. I'm caught up now. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodore von Valentius, a journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnat was with her. Okay, no. Amarnat has been here. So Amarnat was with Theodora when they picked up Nomos, presumably. In whatever that original form was. As was the old Engineer Prime that is his brother in faith. There upon those dark worlds he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit fell aslumber within this ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks the blessed Amarnat has walked, and prostrate myself before the great spirit. Amarnat traveled on this ship? Yes, he did. My brother's words on that were clear. Years ago, Amarnat was part of the rogue trader Theodora's inner circle before their ways parted. Again, Pascal's been going on about Amarnat since he got on board. The fact that no one has mentioned this. If he was one of her inner circle, must have been ages before, because we don't know how old Theodora was. But assuming that all of our current head crew members were relatively new, and so they were after the time of Amarnat, maybe. Tell me more about Theodora's journey. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposefully modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, that there were those who did not wish to see that truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Koronus Expanse had ever seen. There she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Amarnat had the privilege of experiencing. What do you know about this great spirit? It is a great miracle, the omniscience breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of the treasure that Amarnat and Theodora discovered upon the dark worlds. Yet even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides. And as long as the Cognizance fleet is racked by schism and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there is no one to aid the spirit That's why I came here. Does the name Nomos mean anything to you? Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Ignatius. We know. We sense that his words are about us, that the story he has told is our story. Well, obviously. You are strong, yet you let yourself be caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon lay people. The Omnissiah grants us the power of the true flesh for the purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tasted his knowledge. Well, I appreciate that. I have made my decision regarding your fate. Whatever it is, I will accept it. As will I, and yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought. We ask you to keep him for us. Nomos servitors speak up suddenly in the faintest of whispers. I'm just saying, this guy is obviously heavily augmented based on description. The assumption that he doesn't have good ears, augmented ears, so that he can hear Nomos whispering seems silly. Like, every time Nomos speaks, he should be hearing that and just being like, okay, I know exactly what you're saying and that you are Nomos. So dogmatic, I find you guilty of offenses against the cult Mechanicus and House von Valentius. Your crimes warrant punishment more severe than death. You will atone by serving me and therefore the Imperium. Okay, that's a way of giving him what he wants, but calling it a punishment so that you meet the requirements of being dogmatic. Iconoclast, your actions have caused no harm, and so I shall not harm you. You are free, you may stay on my ship if you so choose. Or heretical, you are now mine, and you shall obey my every whim. So all three lead to the same result, which is mind-boggling. Or you will be executed for your crimes. My decision is final. Huh. So we can execute him, or any of the three that lead to him staying here, serving, and looking after Nomos. I'm going to go with the dogmatic, of course. Find you guilty of offenses against the cult Mechanicus and House von Valentius. Your crimes warrant punishment more severe than death. You will atone by serving me and therefore the Imperium. I could not ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe in reverence the Great Spirit's deeds. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos servitors turn their heads to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Wonder where that's going to lead long term. Alright, as usual, let's see if Pascal has anything to say, since that related to him.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Nope.
May you...
Alright, then let's head back out. Alright, down to Furibundus finally. The clan servicing the Void Shield Array petitions the Lord Captain for aid. Compartments were becoming overrun with putrescent fungal corruption. The mycelium claimed one chamber after another. The thick black spores poisoned the rogue trader's servants, causing their eyes to burst and their veins to swell until their skin ruptured. The clan was issued reinforced unirobes and gas masks so they could keep working while the soldiers burned away the infestation. By the God Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. Our vessel did take damage though, so let's look into repairing that. Costs basically nothing. I don't think we needed to change anything else with our ship. Alright, footfall. Let's go meet with the Inquisitor. Lord Captain, we've received a Vox message from Footfall. The Inquisition has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremis. Docking will require special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. Wow. Station's custodian, her ladyship Incendia Corda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Her enforcers will meet you there to escort you to another chamber for a private audience. The box crackles with static as Jai's honeyed voice fills the air. Prodigious, the salve of my heart. Forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. Oh, Shireen, I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew who got themselves captured by some rival ashmags. Vladimir is too occupied for schemes, and besides, Incendia Corda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco. May the Aji tear his soul to pieces. Footfall is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste the precious sand still left in the hourglasses of their lives. He threw a wrench into the works, making my trade network fall apart like a badly assembled chrono. No income, no profits, only damages, all because my right hand is chained up on one of Footfall's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit? I'm sure your imposing visage will loosen his tongue, and maybe, just maybe, untie the hands of my crew. Let's go and see what happened to your crew. We'll deal with this later. There are more pressing issues to address right now. I could not care less about your crew and their troubles. They will have to sort it out on their own. Let's go see what happened to your crew. I'm fine with bringing her with me. Shireen, have I mentioned that you are the most fragrant rosebush in the entire blossoming garden of the Koronus Expanse? If this is all you have to say, the Voxmaster unceremoniously boots Jai from the channel. Apologies, Lord Captain. What will be your instructions? What other options for landing on Footfall do we have? Or very well, let's take a look at Footfall's new hospitality. Or I'm not walking into this mousetrap now at least. I am fine following Incendia's protocol. And see where that takes us. Generally, while I don't agree with her methods, her goals are good. And I'm sure that after we go through her protocol of talking, we can then move on to talking to the Inquisitor. Very well, let us take a look at the Footfall's new hospitality. As you wish, Lord Captain. Like, could we have found another way in? Maybe. This is fine. Lord Inquisitor and the Lord Captain. So we want to bring Jai with us. I think we're going to drop Irliet because, yeah, Ulfar wants to be there because he wants to find out what's happening with the Inquisition and his battle brothers. Anyone else that I feel should be there? Arguably Abelard could, since we're dealing with other rogue traders. But I don't think I can justify leaving any of the others. Like, Pascal has to be there for all of our tech tests. Heinrich should be there because we're meeting with the Inquisition. And Cassia should be there because she's always in the party, because she's amazing. Oh, we're gonna have to level up Jai so much. Yikes. Not as bad as if we ever take out a deer again. Level 16, that's going to be rough. Okay, so we're going to want to talk to Incendia Corda. Wow, we've got Skitaris right here. Impressive. Controlling Confessors. Inquisition Acolytes. Yeah, there's a lot going on just right here. Anyway, Jai.
You love to take charge, don't you?
Let's... Oh, we got to finish up your Master Tactician and then give you a few of your next. Oh. This is going to take time. Alright. Let's see. Lore Imperium, Lore Xenos, Medicae, Commerce are all some of your best. And Persuasion. We look at Commerce. Cassie is better, and Cassie is always in the team. I mean, there's some truth to that, but not all fights end first turn. There's been a few that I can't kill everyone quite yet, and I need the rest of the party to take over. So I don't need you for commerce, or coercion, or carouse. Oh yeah, your carouse is terrible, never mind. Or Imperium. I'm just assuming I'm going to always have Cassia. So... yeah, I don't need any of her skills because there's someone else who's better at all of them. Yeah, if I didn't win the fight right away, they could die. Yep. That's my way of protecting my crew, is just killing everyone instantly with fire. We'll go with commerce. She doesn't need any specific skills, and commerce feels like a thing that fits her character. So why not? I can't do ballistics or fellowship. And those are the only two that you actually care about. Could boost your weapon skill, but I doubt you're ever going to do melee things. Perception, I think, does help ballistics. Yeah, so maybe perception's not on your list. Of course not. We'll go agility then. I don't have anything marked for you. I don't think any of these really mattered to me. Don't care about your skills. So probably characteristics, but we still can't do ballistic or fellowship, so therefore I don't care. We could boost your perception. I could give her, you know, Melta proficiency or plasma proficiency, because I haven't given that to anyone yet. Though it would be weird because she's not a soldier. She's... I think she was like an officer, maybe? So her... she's supposed to be focused on boosting the rest of the party. I don't know. We'll just boost your perception. I don't really know how to use her. Let's see. Inspire. Target gains plus 5% damage and 5% additional damage for every 10 stacks of tactical advantage. We'll go Inspire. Why not? Boosting our momentum whenever anyone gains momentum. We hardly ever lose momentum, so that would just boost us. Still can't give you those, so we'll just boost your agility again. No, we can boost perception now. Brilliant. Perception... how does agility help you? Initiative, dodge... yeah, just boost your dodge and initiative. I don't think that matters. Reducing the ability for enemies to dodge you, I think, is better. We keep going commerce? Why not? I don't remember what tactical advantage is. I feel like that's a thing I should know. But if it's one of her key abilities, then we'll give her some more stacks. Now we're back to here. Can't boost your perception anymore. I think I will give you plasma. Allows the character to use plasma weapons. Yep. Plasma weapon expert gives +2 maximum damage. Sure. Alright. So whenever you use your orchestrated firestorm, selects a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have line of sight to any enemies in the selected zone, make an immediate single attack against a random enemy within the zone that they can target with their weapons. Cool. Master Tactician and one random ally make 2 attacks against instead of 1. Can be used multiple times per combat, once per turn. So she'd be able to use it repeatedly. All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a weapon capable of area attacks, use those area attacks instead of single attack against enemies as part of Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. All allies within the zone gain plus 35% armor against until the end of the Master Tactician's next turn. And already any allies... Our allies are automatically going to dodge all friendly fire. So, yeah, let's also use area attacks. So, rather than single shots, use any sort of burst or area attacks you have available. I'm good with that. Now you move on to Exemplar. Ugh. So much. At one point I went through these and sort of figured out which ones were good for ranged attacks. Not that, obviously. I don't mind that one. I don't know if you're applying effects because I haven't really used you in combat. You probably have a decent dodge, yeah? Not bad, 82. So... Nah, it's gonna be like a 4% bonus for critical hit chance and critical damage. Deadly aim is fine. You seem fine. She's a bit like Cassia, giving extra turns and buffs. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If she's an officer like Cassia, then it makes sense. Just... yeah. Don't remember how we built up that whole archetype level. Plus 2 additional action points during the first turn of battle. Most battles don't get that many turns. Ooh, if she grants extra turns, she can give those people more damage. Assuming she has the same ability that Cassia has, which she probably does, then that means if she can give that to our character, we'll do 15% more damage during that extra turn. I think that is a powerful choice. I have no idea. Sure, we'll go with that. Oh, I meant to click it. Alright, skills. Again, your skills don't matter. But I will boost your... I mean, technically you can get above Cassia in Lore Imperium. So I probably should do that so that if you're in the party, we have that even better. Free reloads around could be good. Or reducing enemies' chance of hitting us in cover could also be good. I'll go with that one for now. There we go. We can boost your ballistic skill. Or boosting your fellowship, because that's probably what a lot of your skills are based on. Maybe so. So I gave you... Was it Melta? No, it was Plasma. So let's give you Plasma Expert to do more damage with plasma weapons. That's very good. Yeah, we'll go with there. Skill-wise, give you Lore Imperium again. Just to have that be crazy high. We'll give you Death Dealer. I don't know how much you're going to be killing, but if you're using a plasma weapon, maybe. Or Degraded Defense. Maybe reducing enemies' defenses makes sense. We'll get the reloads going. Give you more fellowship. Round it out to a nice even number. I have no idea. Temporary wounds doesn't really matter. Sure, boosting resolve. I don't know. There we go. Good enough. Let's talk to you. The tech priest who sports an explorator's emblem on his scarlet robe directs the unblinking gaze of his augmented ocular lens at you and says in a hissing voice, "Salutary functionality initiated. Glory to House von Valencius. Trade terminal at Zeta 42/33 Mu. Property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Ready to process incoming requests. State your requests. Glory to the Omnissiah." How are you doing working under Incendia Cordo's rule? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Hear and heed. The unit Rogue Trader Incendia Bastalcorda and the specified unit's actions have no significant effect on the operation of this Explorator Cognizance Fleet mission, since the specified unit has no jurisdiction over the Adeptus Mechanicus or any assets thereof. Glory to the Omnissiah. I'd like to make a deal. Failed to parse request. Are you seeking to access the trading interface? Glory to the Omnissiah. Requesting access to the trading interface. Alright, so this just allows us to buy some basic stuff. We aren't actually that high ranking with you. Now we could fix that, because we do need to boost your reputation for some things that we want to build on some of the planets. So if I sorted this by cost, which is a thing that I kept saying I wish they had in the game, and they totally do, and I just didn't see it. So probably not all of our holy gifts, because some other groups might want them as well. But the things they're willing to pay the most for, I'll get rid of an amount of. Sure. And then ship components and Mechanicus creations are still okay-ish. Oh, we have a bunch of these Mechanicus creations. Okay. We'll go with that. So that ranked us up a good amount. Anything here I really want. We'll take the medkits. Combat Manipulator. Whenever the wearer uses non-attacking consumable item, stimulant, medkit, etc., it counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack for the purposes of versatility. Interesting. Targeting Visor. Increases the wearer's chance to hit targets at a range of 10 or further by 20%. Power Axe. Interesting. I think we already have several plasma pistols. Is there any way to search? There is. Do I not have plasma? I totally have plasma. Must have mistyped. So we've got some plasma guns. We don't have a plasma pistol. I don't know what we're going to do with Jai, but let's grab that and call that good. Now, if we actually go to Jai, you've got a Shuriken Catapult, which is a terrible weapon. If we look at our plasma stuff, you can use any of these. So 11 to 15 for a two-handed weapon. $15 to $20 and 45% armor penetration. That feels better. We'll start there and then see how everything else compares. So yeah, that one is still... No, that one's less damage and less armor penetration. Same AP costs for everything, it looks like. Just worse. And then definitely not going to use the pistol or the... No, this is an even better one, as I just keep upgrading. 30 to 40 damage. Less armor penetration. But 30 to 40 damage feels real good. And then ideally I should give you more equipment in other areas. What do you have related to plasma? Increase the damage of plasma weapons by 3? Sure. Can I sort by just, like, specific slots? Doesn't seem like it, which is a shame. Because otherwise it's like, there's not a good way to sort and say I want something for my helmet slot. Hit chance, critical hit chance, that sounds great. Sure. Then just random other things. Sure, boost your toughness, why not? Alright, boots. There might be a sort by type. Okay. That should organize them in groups that I can actually use, maybe? So these are the things that fit into those slots. Logic, no. I think plasma can cause toughness tests. Sure, you can have the shadow cloak field. And then boots. Agility and athletics, no. The minus 15 recoil, is that going to say that my recoil is increased? Because they show minuses regularly in ways that aren't clear to me of exactly what they mean. I don't think you're going to be doing a lot of burst fire, though. No. So recoil doesn't matter? Because plasma overcharge I don't think would be based on recoil. And plasma overcharge. Yeah. It's not any sort of multiple rate of fire. Okay. I think that's fine. So even if recoil was a penalty, it's fine. There. That's all out of the way. Unwilling to die, the bar patrons made their last stand right here. Oh, what did we find? Well, Shireen, what do we have here? A cowardly ashmag who wants to get his paws on my certificate without even working up a sweat. Considering the circumstances currently affecting Footfall, the only fitting place this filth could be hiding is in the sewers. Jai's nose wrinkles at the very thought. A nasty spot, with a powerful whiff about it. That is true, but I swear to you, Shireen, you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand, and the most delicious part of all is that the ashmag chose to go in there. He'll wish he hadn't. Of course, that's only if the Aji don't mess things up for us and everything goes to plan. And if it doesn't... Jai breaks off, her shoulders sagging under the weight of her doubts. If it doesn't, my gang are dead, Shireen. One wrong move, one wrong word. Gah, thrown damn that Ashmag. Why is everything so difficult? Perhaps I should have given him the Mercatum Tabulae Officiale. Falco's not a complete idiot. He won't risk such a valuable payoff. He'll hold up his end of the deal and give me Tora and the others. Explain your plan in more detail. The gist is that we need to go down into the sewer tunnels of Footfall, connect a tank of sleeping gas to the old ventilation system, and direct the airflow to Falco's hideout. And of course, pray to the Exalted One that the Ashmag's jackals don't spot us. It's true, Shireen. It's going to be a little trickier than it seems. Falco is desperate, so he's bound to have his thugs patrolling the tunnels. If we go crashing around down there, he'll know something is afoot. And when Falco's feeling jumpy, Jai's nostrils flare with impotent rage, heads roll. You're suddenly telling us we want to go on a stealth mission after I brought a space marine with me. Just want to verify that that's what we're asking for. Both? What do you mean, pseudonym? Where are we going to get a tank of sleeping gas? How are we going to direct the gas to the right place? Why are you making this so complicated? I can just go and kill Falco. Because he'll kill her crew if we try that. Where are you going to get the tank of sleeping gas? Jai stares at you, trying to decide if you are joking or being completely serious. What do you take me for? I have acquired it already. Don't worry, I have everything covered. So... Dogmatic, I didn't read this before, I should have. Jai Hidari, the certificate did not only grant you limitless opportunities, it also imposed upon you responsibilities to the Imperium. The certificate cannot be allowed to fall into Falco's hands. You know this. Yeah. I do. Something breaks in Jai's voice. It even sounds to you as if you hear a grinding noise, as if an old screw has come loose, and the rusty mechanism is screeching in protest at the assault. But Tora and the rest, they're waiting for me, Shireen. They're waiting. You made your choice the moment you accepted the Mercatum Tabulae Officiale from the hands of the Administratum servants. Tora and your gang can be replaced, but your certificate cannot be. I'm not telling you to abandon your gang. I'm merely reminding you that the certificate is more important than the lives of common smugglers. Or you're right, we must save them at any cost. I like this one. Like, we're not going to abandon your gang, but I want you to understand the situation of having the certificate. I too was a common smuggler once, Shireen, retorts Jai in an even tone. Don't worry, if things go awry down there, keeping the Mercatum Tabula Officiale is my top priority. Alright, so how do we get into the tunnels? Most of the passages have been sealed off by Corda's hounds, but there is one they definitely haven't got to. Jai visibly perks up and winks at you. Time to pay a visit to Octi and the Adeptus Amasekis, Shireen. If you used to creep through tunnels like a rat, we'll go in, wipe out Falco's gang, and leave. No, that's going to turn out poorly. Alright, it's time to enter the sewers. To the Amsekis we go, Shireen, or do you have other pressing business to handle on the way there? Yeah, I have other business. There's a lot going on here that we need to learn more about. The sweet, rotten odor and the scent of incense mix into a thick, nauseating stench. They just have people hanging visibly.
Follow my lead.
That's definitely a
Warband made a fine departure from the Dark City. Gamora will not soon forget when they played host to the Edvater at Ulfar. I would love to see their feeble spirits writhing in the storm of souls we wrought.
Perhaps being there would pose no threat to you, mighty Ulfar. But I would likely lose my eyes at the sight of the colors roiling there.
We've got Inquisition troops. We do want to get back here. Can we just talk our way in? Or do I need to circle around to get over there? Because there's stuff to interact with. Let's talk to you. Inquisition soldier is holding a weapon of a strange make you have not seen before. Stern Inquisition fighter remains silent as he pierces you with his icy gaze. Okay, so yeah, we can't get through. Yeah, all the bodies just left hanging. Like, they are definitely setting a vibe. Drusian acolytes, a pile of burning bodies. Trolling confessors. Wow. Footfall is definitely a different place than when we were last here. Is this all Corda's doing, or is the Inquisitor? Is this his preference of handling this as well? Drusian preacher, so it's not Hieronymus up here anymore.
New challenge for me.
Please do not disturb the pilgrims. The mass is underway. Okay. Trolling confessors. Examine the pile of bodies. Stinking mass of charred, partially incinerated corpses smolders under the weight of fresh bodies. Anver. Okay. Some of these are Anver members. I thought we'd mostly dealt with them, but I guess it's fair that some of them survived. Anver. Anver. Heresy. Piracy. Heresy. Piracy. Blasphemy. Dissent.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, I'm not going to read all of the guilty signs. Mainly because there are far too many of them. Trolling confessors, various vagabonds. Is there anyone of note to see? Those are the cages that had the supposed xenos that were just mutants.
It's about time.
Okay, we can get up here this way. Oh. Have mercy, our families are starving. We only took a couple of Nutribars. Lies, I see clearly with my naked eye the corruption that has engulfed your nature. Only the cleansing fire can absolve you now. Guilty! Wow. Is this fire cleansing enough for you, you crazy hag? Emperor protects me. Guilty. Burn him. Okay. It's probably a good thing that we did not bring Iliad here. Incendia Corda is absorbed in reading a long strip of parchment. Her left hand is holding a silver spoon, with which she is carefully scooping up brain matter from the open skull of the man contorted next to her. Wow. Wow. There's a living person next to her, and she is just eating his brain. Wow. Ignatius von Valencius, I was informed of your arrival. Exhaustion has marked Incendia's features with a crisscross of lines and deeper furrows. Her cheek is forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, yet her eyes remain ablaze. Her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. A dazzling aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze flares like a plasma thruster. Let's look closely at Incendia. Point at the man with the open skull. What is that? Well, it's found its way to Footfall after all, I see. What manner of slaughterhouse is this? Such atrocious travesty of justice. what's going on here. Let's look closely at her. One look at Incendia's full dress uniform shows that it has not been changed in many days. The collar is greasy and the braid trim is stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that is used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. So she's just staying here, trying to create law and order in a pirate den, and using whatever she needs to stay awake all day, every day, to maintain this situation. And from what the Inquisitor told us, she has sort of stopped focusing on her protectorate, like the Corda protectorate, and is just focused solely on bringing order to Footfall. Like the expanse of all of her worlds. Or the expense of all of her worlds. Going to the man with the open skull. What is that? Incendia sinks her silver spoon into the man's brain and slowly consumes the revolting morsel. I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. That sounds like heresy. Yeah. This entertainment of yours reeks of corruption. Put the man out of his misery. That's disgusting, unspeakably so. Does it help? Delicacies seem most sophisticated. I must have a taste myself, perhaps at a later time. Suggest we not delve too deeply into this discussion. That's disgusting, unspeakably so. I don't think I'm going to put him out of his misery before talking to her, because she is a rogue trader. Defying her feels like something I shouldn't do immediately. But yes, it does reek of corruption. It is disgusting, unspeakably so. A pure soul cannot conceive or fathom the workings of an unrighteous mind. The weak embrace their ignorance, while the strong banish it. If only you knew what it is like to be familiar with every shade of corruption that lurks in depraved souls. You don't want to get too familiar with corruption. Something wild sparks in her pale eyes. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, sensing it, peering into people's souls and seeing the heinousness therein. You do not know what it looks like, what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds, but I know it all too well, and none shall escape my wrath. I've encountered sanctioned death cults that practice cannibalism as part of their way of praising the Emperor. A surprisingly large number of them harbored heresy within. That's what I'm saying. You have suspicions about me? Well, it is your duty to suspect, but do your eyes see any trespass here? No, I've committed no malefaction against him. I don't know. Either just complimenting her law has found its way to Footfall, or insulting her of some atrocious travesty of justice. We'll go the more neutral, just what is going on here. Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honor of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics, to rid Footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned this Imperial station into a hotbed of free-thinking and inefficiency, and I will not rest until all have been judged. When no one is left alive, and the station collapses from lack of maintenance, you will have successfully ended all of the potential heresy here. Congratulations. I don't think that will make it more efficient, but there you go. It pleases me that you get to share in the triumph of Footfall's purging with me. So you're in charge of Footfall now. What happened between you and Winterscale? Dogmatic. You said you would not rest until you had judged every soul on this station. I too wish to stand before your court. That is a bold choice, since we know we have done some bad things. Would she order us burned? Or draw your weapon. No more judgment. Cease this disgrace and get off Footfall. I don't know if I'll be able to go through all of these options. So I'm going to do the dogmatic one first. But I think she's going to find us lacking. We've done enough things that aren't 100% dogmatic. Yeah. You said you would not rest until you had judged every soul on this station. I too wish to stand before your court. Incendia stares at you in amazement. You truly wish to stand trial? Very well. May your zeal serve as an example to the rest. We gained piercing resolution. Once per battle, the rogue trader may choose an ally, including themselves. For 1 round, all the target's weapon attacks ignore enemy's armor. Oh. Incendia leans forward and peers into your eyes. Her gaze, like a monk carrying a rushlight, wanders down the corridors of your soul's fortress, checking every corner in search of the slightest faults or traces of corruption. Moments pass as Incendia conducts her thorough investigation, until at last she reclines on her throne again. A weary smile touches her lips. I see no sign of taint in your soul, Ignatius. You are pure before the Emperor, and thus I quit you and grant you his blessing in parting. Go forth and bring his punishment to those who have turned their back on his word. So we've done wrong things, but it hasn't tainted our soul, is how I read that. So you are in charge of Footfall now. Indeed I am. When the Lord Inquisitor enacted martial law in the Expanse, I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's liege was temporarily abolished for the duration of this war, or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with matters of strategic planning, I'm tasked with overseeing security and order. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and cold traders, deserters and outlaws, every one of them warrants attention. Incendia cracks her neck, which must have grown stiff after so many hours of reading, before picking up another sheet. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of new denunciations, warrants, and other documents. And whom is it you are judging? What makes you think you are entitled to govern this place as you see fit? Chuckling point at the hapless assassin's corpse. I can tell you are quite popular with the locals. Or just where's the Lord Inquisitor? Whom is it you are judging? We'll just work our way down. All of them. Thieves, smugglers, pirates, traitors, heretics, deserters, abettors, harborers, cowards, and perjurers. Any who has ever trespassed, any who has ever protected a miscreant, or kept quiet about a crime they knew of, they will all be condemned. With obsessive determination, Incendia starts going through her papers, seemingly no longer aware that she is doing so. More and more new convicts are being granted the great boon of undergoing servitude in perpetuous, and having rid themselves of reprehensible consciousness, of serving the Imperium free from doubt and weakness. Footfall will once again become a bastion of law and righteousness. I will eradicate all heresy that prevents the faithless from giving themselves over to the good of toiling in his name. How long has your court been in session already? There's nothing just about this trial. Your accusations are contrived, and their purpose is simply to turn the entire population of Footfall into pliant automatons. Some truth. Not entirely true. There are a lot of lawlessness going on here in heresy. I applaud your efforts. This place was long overdue some proper law and order. Admit it, you simply enjoy turning people into slaves. Why do you feel you need to come up with excuses for sowing carnage? Or you're most thorough. How long have you been in this session already? Incendia seems slightly perplexed by your question. She starts moving signed sentences from one stack to another, then says uncertainly, 3 weeks? The court carries on day and night, so my sense of time eludes me. Oh, do I agree with her? There is some truth. I think she's gone overboard. Would a dogmatic view, like a proper God-fearing dogmatic view, that she has gone overboard? Probably. Probably. I wouldn't say there's nothing just about the trial, though. I think most of those she has accused, maybe not most, many of those she has accused are guilty of various heresies. And this place did probably need some amount of law brought to it, particularly with the amount of chaos cults and whatnot in the area, and the presumably war that is brewing, given that the Inquisitor is here. I'm just gonna say you're most thorough. I feel like either of these is a bit too strong. I don't want to just fully agree, but I also don't want to denounce everything she's doing. So just you're most thorough. The universe is a terrifying place. We are surrounded by the archenemy's machinations and xenos scum who would deny us our right to exist. The threat is inconceivable, and human weakness will not help us avert it. If man is weak, I rid him of his spinelessness and feebleness, endowing him with a sacred narrowness of mind and eradicating all that prevents him from utilizing his whole self in the service of the Imperium. She is not lying. You can tell by her eyes and her voice trembling with earnest faith that Incendia genuinely believes in every word she said. What makes you think you're entitled to govern this place as you see fit? It's a fair question, because this place was supposed to be split between all three of the rogue traders, that none could have full governance over it. Although presumably the Lord Inquisitor gave her the right. But we can at least ask. Such is the law of footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives here is assumed the right of absolute authority. Surely it is not that thug Takara who deserves to rule the station. He will soon be hanging from a noose, and so will his Casabalic and henchmen, and so will those Anver firebrands whose outrageous activities brought footfall to so much grief. She looks at you with a gloating smirk. Once you hindered my efforts to subdue this station, and yet here I am now, dispensing justice to the wicked. I only regret that I was unable to begin sooner. Then Tokara's troublemakers would have already been crushed, instead of lurking in cargo bays and maintenance tunnels. Regardless, I'll deal with them soon enough. Alright. I can tell you were quite popular with the locals. This attempt was mediocre and far from the first, but my enforcers and my throne keep me safe. Incendia pats an armrest and smiles. Its refractor field is impervious even to tank shells. That thief Tokara had this sacred Drusian relic stashed in one of his storerooms. Where's the Lord Inquisitor? In the Liege's chambers, coordinating the Expanse's defense. His attention is focused on matters of vital importance, and he is not seeing any supplicants. He'll see me. The soldier wearing inquisitorial armor echoes Incendia's words. Your lordship cannot see the Lord Inquisitor now. However, he bade me inform your lordship that he will summon you later, when circumstances permit. Really? We shall see whether Footfall will thank the Emperor for your reign. In due time, I shall weed out all the taint that has bred here on Footfall for so long, and then pious fear, loyalty, and devotion will once again become the pillars of this station under his watchful eye. What happened between you and Winterscale? Winterscale is a traitor. When the Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed xenos, he abandoned his duty completely, and had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his worlds and ships while he hides from his reckoning, indulging in his base urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment. I wholeheartedly share in your indignation. Caligos is a reprobate. Have you and Caligos lost your minds? The Expanse is in a calamitous state, and you two are busy settling scores. You must cease this at once. I like that. If you ask me, you are simply using the situation to plunder his protectorate. Should he call upon House von Valentius for help, we will answer. Probably not that. I've heard enough. Your feud is no concern of mine. Yeah, have you and Caligos lost your minds? The Expanse is in a calamitous state, and you two are busy settling scores. You must cease this at once. Negotiating with that mad dog is off the table now. He will merely laugh at your talk of reconciliation and execute your envoys. For too long has Caligos reveled in impunity and believed himself the king of his world. I mean, he kinda is. I'm not gonna force her to stop. I don't think that's a profitable thing to push for. Just enough words. You're accused to wait, and so do my duties. I'll do what I can to save the Koronus Expanse. You try and save Footfall, I suppose. Wait, you have a duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Vladimir Tokar, the deplorable rebel who once ruled this station, has slipped from my grasp. He is inciting people to revolt, killing my servants and hiding from my wrath with the dexterity of a void rat. My informers claim he often appears in that den of unrest that bears the irreverent name, the Adeptus Amass. We have made several attempts to arrest him, yet he has evaded capture each time. Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender quietly, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Tokar must be apprehended. Together we shall make the scoundrel pay for his crimes. Let him drink the cup of his wrath to full, a cup that will be delivered by our own hands. The Estrid where the Adeptus Amass is located has been cordoned off, but my enforcer will take you there. I want you to lure Tokar out of his hole and seize him so that he may stand trial. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation and pave the road that my justice will tread. I mean, based on her definitions, Vladimir is very much a criminal. He was very high in the xeno trade efforts. Why did Hieronymus go to the Adeptus Amass? Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I purchase valuable equipment from them. She won't like that. And what do I stand to gain? I'll help you deal with Vladimir. Lie, I'll drag Vladimir before this court. Or haven't the slightest desire to get involved in your petty squabbles. There's some truth to that. Why did Hieronymus go to the Adeptus Amass? Reverend Hieronymus headed where the rebels are seen most often, so he could preach to them and sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have erred and those who are beyond any hope of redemption. So Hieronymus kind of is in the same position as us. Of not everyone who has sinned is guilty of death. Some of them can repent. Yeah. You pronounce Vladimir a criminal? Why wouldn't I? That vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronizes thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourish. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify in short order. She also can't see the difference. Yeah. Not reporting a crime warrants lashes, not servitorization. Exactly. She's going too far. And while I agree with her that Vladimir is sort of one of the heads of the crime, and therefore he probably does actually deserve punishment, most of the others don't. And if there was someone more in line with the Emperor's mandates leading Footfall, that probably would be good long term. So getting rid of Vladimir probably is good. And I don't think I actually make use of his people and his goods. So I'm somewhere between I'll help you deal with Vladimir or I haven't the slightest desire to get involved in your petty squabbles. I don't know. I think I'm fine with helping her get rid of Vladimir. I don't think he is a beacon of hope and prosperity that we need to protect. I never doubted you, Ignatius. The Emperor protects. But remember, Incendia's eyes flash manically. None of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before their trial. I forbid you to execute them without my leave. Okay. Well, I'm gonna loot these people. You had a plasma gun. It's pretty decent. I mean, we've got a bunch of the same gun, so I'll just send it to the collection. Trolley Confessor. The fact that we have been specifically told the Inquisitor won't meet with us is strange.
I'm offering a hymn of homage to the Angel of the Emperor and the ancient ferocious machine spirits controlling his armor.
Huh.
Yes, my adamantine skin has seen many battles and bears many glorious scars. Hear the glorious verse of the time when...
Okay. By the order of the Lord Inquisitor of the Holy Order of Xenos, the Legion's palace is... Hello? Presently closed to outsiders. Alright. I think that's weird. Because didn't he specifically call us here? Granted, that was before we got sidetracked with Kruderak. Gamora? I keep getting those names mixed up, and I shouldn't. They're very different. Gamora, I think. Kruderak is the craft world. There's so many bodies hanging around.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, what can we see here? Demolition 70 to look at the traces of soot. Just do a quick save and then we can check it out.
Done.
A bomb exploded here, most likely an improvised one. Thanks. What useful information. The man in front of you is scrutinizing a data slate. The insignia of the Holy Inquisition hangs from his chest. Patrolling confessors, Inquisition troops. Let's head up here. Oh, there's a body we can loot down there.
Victory
Apparently.
awaits.
Oh, we can't actually get up here. Okay, where's this body we saw? There. It's under the stairs? How would I get there? How do we get to you? Huh. Okay. So yeah, there's all the things we can look at. How do we get to the Adeptus Amsecus? From here. Not sure. We kind of went all the way through this whole area. We haven't been back here, actually. So let's head this direction. See what we can find. Someone shoved a flamer down the throat of this Corda soldier and burned his entrails. Gross. Bunch of vagabonds, suspicious prowlers, etc. up here. Looks like that's it. Let's go down this other side.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, and you guys are going to stop us from going this way? Acolyte of the Inquisition. Yeah, she did say that her people would take us to the Adeptus Amsecus. So maybe we're just trying to find the right people to talk to. That'd be kind of tedious.
A new challenge for me.
Oh, nope, this will just take me to the Adeptus Amsecus. Okay. Alright, then Martyr's Endurance, apparently. Unless that's the name of my ship, but I don't think so. But I don't remember what I named my ship. 2 arms, wait. It's his lordship Von Valencius. I thought it was Corda's dogs. With another inspection. Stand down, false alarm. I mean, kind of.
It's about time.
Where does this go? The barrels exude a smell of cheap fuel, which the owner must be using to power the bar's generators. And quite possibly to dilute their rot gut. So that takes me down somewhere. Possibly that's the way to get down to the sewers for Jai's quest. Combat Servitor. I was hoping to see Hieronymus. Oh, there we are. Hello, you. Never mind. Oh, he's saying something, but I can't read it. Blam Tokara. You have no other options, Ryza. If you abandon Footfall to Corda and flee, where are you going to sell your goods? Or restock your supplies? It will just be a slow death for all of you, with no ammunition, no water, and no air. So quit bargaining with fate and stick to the plan. Plan? More like a suicide pact. We have no allies, no weapons, no nothing. Vladimir Ryza, notice you, and the old pirate grins sarcastically. You're a runt trying to play with the big boys, Vakemo. You've taken on a rogue trader dynasty with only a handful of heavies and a couple of guns to your name. The way I see it, your march to the gallows is more of a gallop. Turning away from Ryza, Vladim's expression does not change, but an indistinct curse falls from his lips. Lishtakara, my greetings. What do we have here? A couple of hardened insurgents. Don't mind me, do carry on. Lishtakara, my greetings. Vladimir replies in a stiff, formal tone. My apologies for being unable to receive your lordship in my office. My present status imposes certain limitations on me. Greetings, your lordship, and as for you, Vakemo, I've got nothing to add. Your plan's utter crap. I don't gamble on those kinds of odds. I'll leave you to think about your prospects. Maybe you'll realize that using my shuttle would be a better idea, while me and my shuttle are still here. By the Thorn's Radiance, Vladimir, if you don't tell me this very moment where you and Falco are keeping my guys. The former liege interrupts Jai with a dry gesture. I don't do business with rats, Hidari, and surprisingly enough, for once, I don't mean you. In that case, pray to the Exalted One that Falco backs up your story before he dies. Disappointed, Jai takes her hand off her weapon and bows her head before you penitently. Forgive my brazenness, Shireen. He's all yours. Look at Vladimir. How's the station faring? Dogmatic. Draw your weapon and shout in the name of the law. Every insurgent present here is under arrest. Like to make a deal with the Casabalica? Or go and take a look around. I want to talk to Hieronymus before we do anything rash. Definitely not going to choose making a deal with the Casabalica. I'm going to hold off on the dogmatic, but I might still go that route. Let's look at Vladimir. The former liege looks angry and focused. His coat collar is unbuttoned, showing a meshwork of ceramite reinforced armor hidden underneath. He is wearing a gun holster on his side. Now that Vladimir has thrown off the mask of a disgruntled bureaucrat, his sleeves are rolled up, showing his old bandit tattoos. He exudes an aura of imperious cruelty. How is the station faring? It's turned into a kingdom of death. Executing protesters, cracking down on corrupt traders, and suppressing dissent are all good, useful policies within reasonable limits. I've used them myself, in fact. However, with Lady Corda, reasonable limits are a distant memory at this point. Fortunately, I've been preparing for that turn of events ever since that hag tried to take Footfall the first time. You helped us then, giving me time to organize. I set up a weapons caches, enlisted more fighters, and deleted my agent's data from the cogitator network. When Corda seized power, she thought she'd won, but the station was still mine, to an extent. My little army is waging war on the enforcers. We slaughter patrols, wrestle back detainees, and punish those who collaborate with the enemy, or are close to someone who does. Vladim's ruthless smile is like a jagged steel trap. Incendia is conducting her reprisals, and I'm conducting mine. Everyone must remember that there are consequences for collaborating with the occupying force. You should have bowed before Corda. I mean, I don't think there's anything he could say or do that would leave him alive, with the way Corda's acting. Well, between Incendia and you, she has done the better job of imposing order. See, your position of authority has not changed you. You remain the bandit you always were. Laugh, what a sorry sight. The old outlaw hounded and hiding like a rat, where I see. You should have bowed before Corda. Let's see what he has to say to that. Bloodham chuckles darkly. Surrender? Go crawling on my belly, begging for leniency? If you had any idea how many corpses I've littered across the station's decks on my rise to power, you'd know I would rather die in a void chamber than watch that possessed bitch destroy my station. Your lordship, you may have a little love to spare for me, and you certainly have not built a strong alliance with the organization I've represented, but if seeing the new order of things on Footfall gives you even the tiniest suspicion that it's all damn madness, step in and help me stop it. You've seldom cooperated with Casablanca mission. Yeah. We're not really agreeing with any of their goals or policies. So pushing back against Corda, who, though going overboard, is in general lining up with some of what we're pushing for, to help him, definitely feels like the wrong direction. What kind of help do you expect from me? A general uprising will be doomed to fail. The enforcers have isolated the asteroids. We can't strike out against Incendia. She has the greater numbers, and her throne's refractor fields will protect her from any attack. An insidious smile appears on the liege's lips. So we'll ask her ladyship to come to us, exploiting her overconfidence. If she wants my blood, let her come and spill it. She knows we use the Amsecus as our meeting place. If you let the enforcers know I can be found and grabbed in here, she will come, and she will hardly drag her throne with her. We'll lure her into a trap, kill her, and take back Footfall. Why would I take part in that? News of Incendia's death is hardly going to please the Lord Inquisitor. That's a fair statement. Considering Calcazar has never once interfered in the station's affairs, he clearly couldn't care less about Footfall. This means he also doesn't care who runs the station so long as things are quiet here. I'm going to make sure things are quiet. Granted, he did give Corda a security detail, but if she's already, Torka emphasizes the last word, dead, and her death doesn't reek of deadly heresy, he likely won't bother to investigate. Lord Inquisitor will simply entrust governance to someone who won't cause them problems, someone like me. I realize it's a bold hypothesis, and that the Lord Inquisitor may have me hanged for Corda's death, but my life is at stake as it is, so I may as well take the risk. Yeah. The thing you're not mentioning that's very important is if the Inquisitor finds out that I helped you with Corda's death, yeah, your life is already at stake. Mine is not. And getting a rogue trader killed for trying to push the Emperor's mandates is not the look I want. Why would I take part in that? Because a critically important station in the Expanse is about to become a graveyard? Once commerce dies, merchants will turn to piracy. What else could they do? Connections between worlds will be weakened, since Corda will make short work of astropaths as soon as she gets to them. And Corda, do you think Footfall will be enough for her? No, she'll march on, perhaps to your worlds as well. Besides, your lordship has not yet considered the possibilities that working with the Casablanca mission opens up. Now is the perfect moment for you to gain a new ally. In a time of crisis, every friendship is valuable. Incendia Corda has nothing to offer you, while my organization's gratitude is guaranteed. Between losing an influential partner and strengthening your ties with them, I'm sure you'll opt for the latter. He's a very good statesman. Like, he knows how to spin things his way. I still don't agree with him. Corda's doing terrible things, but I would rather work to try and lessen her direction that she's going. Like, maybe if Tokara dies, and therefore all of his insurgents stop, maybe we can convince her to be more lenient for the random masses. Maybe. What forces do you have at your command? However much Corda would like to believe she's kicked the Casablanca out of Footfall, she hasn't. We're scattered all over the station, lying low, and there's still enough of us to cause trouble. A small band of my most daring cutthroat staff members who were by my side when I came to power. Business partners who still remember that any venture is only as reliable as the grip of the venturer's hand on their pistol. Add to that the group of xenos mercenaries, which my colleagues from the Casablanca mission have provided me with. Xeno mercenaries. A radical solution, I know, but they don't care who they kill as long as I pay them, and I have the means to pay them. We would have greater numbers if Rizza wasn't so damnably cautious, and Hieronymus did us a favor and shut his preaching trap. Vladimir grits his teeth and adds quietly, I would have thrown the good reverend for the loop long ago, if it weren't for the fanatical mob that would show up here to avenge him. What does Ryza have a problem with? She has misgivings about the prospect of our cooperation. The old rogue prefers not to pick fights unless her victory is a foregone conclusion, and right now she seems to be planning on fleeing rather than fighting. She needs the right kind of motivation. It's a shame there's no one the cold bitch values enough for me to take hostage. Why did Ryza call you Vekemo? Old nicknames die as hard as old habits. I used to be known by that name on the station. The Vekemo is a myth, a malicious spirit stalking its prey in Footfall's empty sectors. Takar chuckles. I had a terrible reputation when I was young. Why has Hieronymus shown up here? He preaches repentance. Vladimir remains stone-faced for a few seconds before giving in and letting a sarcastic smile form his lips. Corda sent him here to make us lay down our arms and renounce our rebellious ways. But he seems taken aback by the scale of Lady Incendia's purges, which opens up possibilities. If we put pressure on him, he'll bring overzealots who will tear apart whoever he points his finger at. A useful man. I regret not getting him on side sooner. I've understood your plan. An unblinking gaze fixes upon you. I hope you think it's promising. Heretical, down with Corda. The Emperor's justice has revealed the rod at its core at last. Let us drown it in the blood of self-appointed champions of the faith. Iconoclast, I will help you overthrow Corda. Each second of her continued rule will cost the lives of hundreds of innocent people. Or dogmatic, draw your weapon and shout in the name of the law. Every insurgent present here is under arrest. I'd like to make a deal with the Casablanca. I'm going to go and take a look around before I make a decision. Vladimir nods attentively, then looks down at a data slate showing a map of the station systems. He scrutinizes it with a pensive expression. Alright, Hieronymus. What do you have to say? The Emperor protects young Von Valencius. What has brought you here? Perhaps you would like to confess? Repentance is the first step on the path to redemption. As you look in Hieronymus' eyes, it's clear to you that he, not you, is the one who ought to confess and repent. Hidden behind layers of piety and fervor is some secret that the Reverend has been carrying within him for years. A secret that is now gnawing away at him more strongly than ever before. I'd like to see the Drusian relics. Requires dogmatic fanatic. Reverend, you carry the seed of a vice within you. Repent before it sprouts. Why are you preaching here among rebels? Point to chaplain. You are harboring a pirate among your brethren? Or goodbye, Reverend. Reverend, you carry the seed of vice within you. Repent before it sprouts. The preacher does not argue. He knows your words to be true. Hieronymus sighs heavily and is silent for a while. Then he replies in a hollow voice, All my life I have been a confessor to lost souls. Now let me make my own confession to you. I seek no forgiveness or understanding. I only want to tell the truth. The blood of House Corda is on my hands. I chanced upon a secret world where Aspirus Basta Corda had imprisoned her heirs in cryovaults to stop them from challenging her authority. Incendio was among them. Huh. My fellow faithful chanced upon those ice crypts. Aspis' wicked design horrified them, and I thought, if St. Drusus had died a martyr's death to be resurrected in faith, perhaps another could follow in his footsteps. I chose Incendia. As full of worms as her innermost soul was, it had not rotted completely. As for the others, I put them to death, for thousands of years of suffering would not have been enough to cleanse the stench of rot from their cursed souls. We did hear that Corda used to be a very wicked house. And Incendio was the only one who was righteous. So even he's saying that he looked in her soul and saw it was full of worms, but it wasn't as bad as the rest. And so essentially he made the choice to bring her back out so that she could lead the house better than any of the others that were just completely full of rot. Which explains her current attitude, where, yeah, she's more righteous than the others would be, but she's given in way too far into violence and whatnot, because apparently that's just the nature of the Corda household. I sabotaged Incendia's cryovault, and she spent 3 years conscious, blind, and helpless. My brothers and sisters recited prayers over her prison to plant the seed of faith in the soil I had weeded. I hid the truth from Incendia and became her mentor, setting her on a path of service to his will. And that was how Incendia, the offspring of the felonious heretic, became his vengeful hand, striking down enemies of the Imperium at the cost of the evil I had done. Okay, but he might have pushed her too far. You've raised a worthy daughter of the Emperor. I see no wrong in that. You have breached the laws of the Imperium. I will see that to it that justice is done. You're a fanatic who tortured and manipulated her for years. I mean, yeah. Shame you did not kill Incendia too while you were at it. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. Brainwashing, murder, manipulation, your methods commend respect. Spare me the tedious list of your crimes. Yeah. He went too far. Do I condemn him for it? And ultimately, I think no. He took a house of heretics that had all the power that the Emperor placed on them with the warrant of trade, but were doing terrible things with it. And he, with one terrible act over the space of 3 years, completely turned the direction of that house around. And yeah, it may not be perfect, but he definitely got them going in a much more righteous path. And yeah, there's something to say of kill Incendia 2 and just end the house. Maybe that's would have been a better choice. You've raised a worthy daughter of the Emperor. I see no wrong in that. I've tainted my hands with the blood of scores of helpless men and women. Then for years I tortured an heir to the sacred warrant and lied to her, albeit with what I believed were good intentions. Yes, the blessed Incendia became a model servant of the Imperium, but the path towards that was paved with many crimes. My crimes. My confession is over. I've bared my innermost self before you, and the truth concealed therein. You are free to do with it as you please. Why are you preaching here among rebels? It is not rebels that I see fools and malefactors, whose weakness made them reject the law of the Imperium, who are in need of repentance and instruction. Had I come here earlier, perhaps I would have been able to prevent this heretical insurrection. And what do you see, rogue trader? I see frightened people trying to save their lives. I see what you see. They must all burn. I see a pathetic old man who revels in the suffering of others. Or I'm not interested in your moralizing. I see frightened people trying to save their lives. You're entirely right, but it's not their lives that they should be saving. It is their souls that are truly in peril. Point Chaplain. You are harboring a pirate among your brethren. This, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, very early on, we interacted with Chaplain, and he was an old pirate who was trying to turn away from piracy and join the church. So it seems his repentance has worked. You're harboring a pirate among your brethren. Chaplain is a deeply devout servant of the Emperor. Few are as intimately familiar with human vice as him, and that is what fills his words with sincerity. His flock heeds and respects him, And as for all the hardened rascals and cutthroats who are part of that flock, why not? Our doctrine shuns no one so long as they are willing to receive its word with an open heart. You give penitents a chance for redemption. That's commendable. Your cult is dangerous, welcoming criminals with open arms. Rotten souls cling together, do they not, Reverend? You give penitents a chance for redemption. That is commendable. I take no credit for that. They chose that path for themselves. I merely point out the path is open to all, and instruct those who have started the journey to redemption, for thus St. Drusus taught us. I would like to see the Drusian relics. We would never refuse our help to one who makes generous donations to our mission. Militant cloak. First melee attack cannot be parried or dodged. Interesting. Heavy bolter. See, these like heavy bolter weapons take strength 60, but does 6 to 10 damage. And I get that it's got a rate of fire of 8, which is impressive. But still, 6 to 10 damage feels terrible. Plus 10 bonus to willpower, and plus 15% damage to psychic and navigator powers, but inflicts a minus 10 penalty on weapon skill and ballistic skill. Alright, give that to Cassia. Flame pistol. Spinner's breastplate. Might be better than what Cabela is using. I don't know. I'll grab it and then forget to give it to her. We'll take the med kits because why not? Enforcer Carapace. Armor 50%. Doesn't seem that great. I could also boost your reputation if we sort by cost. So you also want holy gifts, jewelry, and ship components. Alright, we'll give you the rest of the holy gifts and a bunch of the jewelry. Not all of it. And a few... yeah, the rest of the ship components. Just to boost your reputation a bit farther. Did that unlock anything particularly new or interesting? Okay, I think that's good enough.
Operation
Yeah,
successful.
I think I probably am going to end up turning against Takara.
Victory awaits!
But in the meantime, let's just grab all the things lying around here. Browse 100.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
The decanter used to contain cheap Amsec, which, for the sake of attractiveness, has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Suspicious prowlers. Okay. Platinum's agent, chaplain. Taviana looks tired, but finds the strength to smile briskly. Okay. She pours 2 shots of a clear yellow liquid with streaks of promethium in it, and slides one towards Riza. Let's drink to her infallible ladyship Corda's mercy and good judgment, wherever they may be right now. Riza downs the shot, grimacing in satisfaction. You have quite the way with words, Octi. Yes, indeed. One would hate it if Lady Corda's ill health affected our own. Have you by any chance run into Lady Corda's good judgment on your journeys, your lordship? The pirate laughs hoarsely. Ah, Octi, I've missed the fiery sunset of your hair, Shireen. Sorry I haven't brought any gifts today, but we're certainly going to down another round or two. Shudvedari, you came back alive and that's good enough. Octaviana's face twists in a scowl, but her whole body leans forward towards her old friend. And don't beat around the bush. I know exactly why you've come to Footfall in such a rush, But Jai, your guys got killed, every last one of them, before Corda even set foot on the station. Some were found dismembered in the shadow quarters, some became a heap of ash at the crematorium, and Falco launched the luckiest ones into orbit around the station so that everyone could see how much he despised you and your patron. If the rogue trader will pardon me for saying it. That ash mag. Jai's voice is full of anger and thirst for vengeance. No, there's still something he needs from me. So not all of them are dead, or at any rate, it will be better for him if they aren't. Where is the Octi? Speak. You know very well where. Octaviana waves towards a drab-looking door covered by a sheet of metal. The sewers are where that rat belongs. You know, he was going to rat us all out to Corda, including Vladim. You should have seen Falco's face when Vladim led the Inquisitor's dogs to him first. Ha ha. Got anything strong, Octaviana? For you, always, my lord. A dusty but fine-made greenish bottle with a wax seal appears at the bar. Lord Winterscale's favorite blend. So good it's not entirely legal. However, during his last visit, his lordship told me to put a bottle aside until his return. And who knows if he'll ever return here now. It would be a waste. Here's to me and House von Valencius. Then here's to Caligos' health and his foresight. Here's to the fallen Cindia Corda, or smash the bottle. Such hospitality towards a scoundrel like Winterscale. Here's to me and House von Valencius. We're not gonna intentionally slight or speak well of any of these people, because it seems like they're against all of them, basically. Octaviana joins in loudly at once. All hail Ignatius von Valencius. How have you been faring here without me? Badly, but we're in no mood to lie down and die yet. There are still people who can't stand Corda's regime, and they are fighting. A sting a day. Always somewhere new. Vladimir may be on the run, but he still has people loyal to him. He'd have had more if it weren't for Reverend Hieronymus. Many have fallen for his sermons and taken to repenting and confessing. He's turned so many to the faith that they don't dare touch him anymore. The old man's a force to be reckoned with now. Are you not afraid the enforcers will come for you eventually? Octaviana smiles tenderly. If they show up, I'll blow up the martyr's endurance before I let those butchers take me alive. And for now, I'll be behind the bar, refueling my roughnecks. It's a rotten thing for a captain to abandon ship, isn't it, your lordship? Some captain. If I were you, I'd scram while the scramming is good. I know you're attached to the Amsekas, but this hole isn't worth dying for. I have a shuttle hidden away nearby, so we could take off right now. Give it a rest, Riza. I'm not holding you here, so stop trying to drag me away with you. Riza and I need to have a little chat, do we? Okay. Riza casts a glance at Octaviana's direction, waits for her to take the hint and look away, then says, "At your lordship's service." Your eyes see through the pyre instantly, and you sense the burden of her transgressions is so heavy that it will soon drag her under. Her fear has allowed a malicious will to sink its claws into her soul and tear it to pieces. Right, you're with the Fellowship of the Void. Your soul is full of corruption. You haven't fallen in with the archenemy's forces, have you, Riza? Or dogmatic, the Emperor's justice does not forgive heretics. Mark my words, Riza, you'll be facing it very soon. Your soul is full of corruption. You haven't fallen in with the archenemy's forces, have you, Riza? The pirate narrows her eyes. What? So you're like her ladyship now? One look and you can tell the wicked from the righteous? I suppose it's easy enough to guess that a pirate has a misdeed or two to her name, but no one has ever accused me of serving the archenemy before. You wound me, your lordship. As much as Riza is trying to turn it all into a joke, there is anxiety in her eyes, and her hand is reaching unconsciously for something concealed under her shirt on her chest, as if she is trying to further hide it from your gaze. Interesting. Yeah, both of these. The fact that there is something, I'm wondering if she has either a chaos symbol or a chaos tattoo that she's trying to hide. The Emperor's justice does not forgive heretics. Mark my words, Riza, you will be facing it very soon. Good thing I'm not a heretic then, as you doubtlessly know. I'll be putting my hopes in your mercy, your lordship. Riza smiles darkly, trying to hide her agitation and bewilderment, as her trembling hand brings an empty glass to her lips. Just in case you need to be told, if you ever entertain the thought of helping Vladimir, chase the thought away. He is not long for this world. Riza flashes a wicked smile and replies quietly, I can assure you I wasn't going to. Vladimir the Vekemo has no future. He doesn't see it, but I do, and you do. When you come for his head, or her ladyship Corda does, you can trust old Riza to stand aside, especially if she guarantees my safety. I will try to protect you from being put on trial. Lie, of course, I'll put in a good word for you, and send you will listen to me. Why not haggle with me while you're at it, you old rogue? I don't see any reason that I want to protect you either, all things considered. Why not haggle with me while you're at it, you old rogue? I'm sorry, your lordship, it's the only way I know. The pirate laughs a strained laugh. That's all. I wouldn't presume to trouble the gracious rogue trader with my concerns any longer. Alright, let's look at the Fellowship of the Void's wares. Why not? Yeah, we have no relationship with them. And I don't really care to. Because looking at all the things that we can get with world upgrades for Fellowship of the Void, most of them are pretty terrible. Which is why I've made no effort to try and boost it. Staff of Endless Flame. There's my Pyromancer staff I've been wanting this whole time. Wield the staff, power level 5, gains the Inferno ability. The ability is also available in its Heroic Act and Desperate Measures version. Power level affects the damage of this power. For every 2 creatures suffering burning in combat, the power level of this staff is increased by 1. Wow. What does that mean? Because I would assume the line would be where your attack is. Like, it just shoots a straight line, but does it also burn people near it? Also, a range of 4 is pretty terrible. Unless I'm choosing a target out in the distance and it has that shape. Anyway, I want the Pyromancy staff, but to get to rank 7 from rank 3 would require so much goods. But it's a bunch of the things that no one else wants. Whole bunch of Xeno artifacts. We've got tons of them. Heretic trophies. I could do it. Possibly. But I don't care enough. I don't really need the Pyromancy staff. That out of the way. Let's collect these random goods. Alright, anyone else I want to talk to or deal with? There's a logic test over here. Let's check that out. Pascal?
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The menu system of the Adeptus Amsecus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator, left over from ancient times. Okay. Sure. Anything else to do while I'm here? I don't think so. We already looked back in these rooms, I think. Maybe we didn't. Assortment of rubbish belonging to of questionable value, likely stolen from compartments purged by Corda's enforcers. Some goods here to grab.
None shall stand in my way.
So yeah, now we would need to go... Oh, there's goods here. Go to the sewers, I think, for Jai. But I think that's where we're going to end the stream today. Next time, we try and go to the sewers for Jai to help her find Falco. Then maybe we talk to Vladim and see if we can convince him to come quietly. I don't really like the idea of the dogmatic every pirate here is guilty and under arrest. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. We'll figure that out next time. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you then. Bye.